Chair Aaron Harrison and Joe Simperman, Vice Chair, who were unable to attend. We could all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Are there any new members who would like to introduce themselves?
So good morning, everyone. My name is Khalid Bahar. I was the former commissioner of airports for Cleveland Hopkins and Berkeley for an airport for 33 and a half years. I had hair back then, and so I'm excited to be on the committee and look forward to supporting the mission of the organization.
Thank you. We're excited to have you.
Thanks, Khalid. Anybody else? Nope. Nope.
Technically, I guess I am new to this committee, but not new to NOACA. Valerie McCall. This year I'm chairing the Small Business Committee, two-time past chair of NOACA, served with this guy over here. I still have hair. For over 20-something years, the city of Cleveland in numerous capacities. So glad to be here this morning.
Glad to have you here, Valerie. Dave.
Thank you. Is this on? Light blue? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Dave Greenspan, currently an alternate for Lorraine County Commissioner Marty Gallagher, served on County Council for 6 years, state representative for 4, and currently the City Council President Westlake. Although I'm not here in that capacity, I'm here in my Lorraine County capacity.
Okay, now we will move on to the minutes from the December 6, 2024 meeting. If you've had a chance to look at them, does anybody see any corrections or additions? If there are none, may I have a motion to approve? Can I get a second? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion is approved. I've been told that nobody has signed in to speak today. So we will move from the public comments and directly into the chair executive report. Is there an executive director's report?
Just a couple of announcements. We have our congestion mitigation air quality program application round open. They are available on our website. They're due May 2nd. And if you are interested, or you've got folks in your networks that are interested, there will be a webinar on April 9th to give folks more information on how to apply. Eligible projects are vehicles and machinery updates, bicycle pedestrian facilities, traffic signal timing, connection hardware, roundabouts, essentially projects that do exactly what the title suggests, which is to remediate congestion and improve air quality. Also, our enhanced mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities, also known as 5310 program. That project solicitation is open as well. That opened February 14th and is due by April 11th. There's nearly $5 million available to provide support to transportation providers who offer coordinated transportation for seniors and individuals with disabilities. That information an application is also on the website. Another announcement, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program. This is another funding opportunity. You can get the information on our website, but essentially we are making $300,000 available through our climate pollution reduction grant that we received from the feds. That $300,000 is reserved for Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, and Medina counties, as Cuyahoga and the city of Cleveland already have a component of the larger grant. So those applications are due by April 14th. Nice to be able to provide to you some applications for funding.
There are no action items for this meeting, so there's no future action right now for presentations and discussion items. We'll go right into the SEDS performance and implementation with Ronnie and Grace. Ronnie?
Yeah, so as you know, we have developed a comprehensive economic development strategy a few years ago that does showcase our economic potential, and the objective is to attract investors and funding. We have within that document the identification of prioritization of regional economic development opportunities. The plan assists with utilizing resources effectively and efficiently by aligning priorities across the region. We'll talk more about that when we talk later about the Economic Development District. But essentially, the SEDS begins to position the region to access individual funding and additional funding and technical assistance from the EDA. So keep that in mind as Ronnie takes us through the presentation. Ronnie?
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. No action is requested for this item. This item is for information and discussion, and there's no previous action. The Economic Development Subcommittee provides advice and policy recommendations to the Policy Committee to support economic growth, enhance quality of life. It also directs and oversees the comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or SEDS, to align funding for regional economic development, and it requires update every 5 years. The SEDS includes a vision statement and goals to define the type of region Northeast Ohio wants to create. It addresses 17 connected key topic areas related to the goals. It serves as the prerequisite for designation as an economic development district, and we'll discuss the update to that application later. NOACA applied for an EDD designation in January 2024, and that EDD also requires an annual update once we become a district. As far as the vision statements and the overarching goals of for the region, these were the ones that are listed in our SEDS. I have it here just as a reference. For instance, I won't read them all, but we envision a new and vibrant economy that also honors the heritage, history, people, and places that make our region great. That's one of the vision statements. Another vision statement is we envision manufacturers making and moving goods on shorter supply chains. As far as the overarching goals, vibrant, innovative economy with new and growing opportunities for people and business. Sustainable, well-maintained infrastructure, a resilient communities, throughout the region with equitable investment and affordable housing, reliable, renewable energy, positive national brand, attracting new business. I read this in order to get into the essence of what we need to do. 17 key topic areas were identified in the SWOT analysis. That's the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis process. The ones you see highlighted in blue are the ones that this committee actually wanted to focus on. One of the things that wasn't initially done when our SEDS was completed was that we didn't prioritize the type of things that we wanted to do. So in the beginning of when we began to meet for fiscal year 2024, calendar year 2024, we came to the conclusion. I presented it to the committee, and at those meetings, we decided to focus on those areas that are highlighted in blue. That doesn't mean that the other 10 areas aren't important, because they will be intertwined. And if you recall in the earlier slide, I said that how these are connected in some form or fashion. As far as the SEDS itself, it identifies for those 17 key topic areas for, and I'm using this as an example here, the access to broadband strategies, outcomes, and potential partners were developed for those, each of those topic areas that was selected by the committee and the working working group that put together our SEDS. This information is important, and we're at that next step of looking at this information in detail and also looking at what we want to, as a region, prioritize and the type of things that we want to look at. As far as the strategies for access to broadband, for instance, it says create a regional broadband implementation plan, create a regional digital equity and inclusive plan. Outcomes could be publish objectives for funding and implementation, broadband reach of the network within our whole region, the 5-county region. And of course, it mentions the potential partners. The SEDS, as I mentioned before, it came up, there was 100+ strategies that was drafted to provide flexibility for setting the goals. That was not done at the SEDS when the SEDS was developed. So we as a group are looking at that, and that's what we've been trying to do for the past year. And we've come to the point where we've started to wanting to get to this next step, which is the prioritization to create performance goals for strategies that was not initially developed when we created the SEDS. And once we do that, it's going to represent our next step in our SEDS maintenance, performance, and implementation. If you recall, those who was here for our December meeting, the committee adopted the performance measures that I'll get into in a minute. And we need to establish prioritized topic areas to fulfill our SEDS objectives through an evaluation framework. And I'll explain that a little bit later on in the presentation, and those performance measures. So these things have to work together to become somewhat what we need to look at as far as moving forward. We need to discuss and how you guys want to see our region grow and what we want to concentrate on initially. We as staff are the overseers and facilitators of this process, and to provide you with the most pertinent information for you to move forward and look at to see what exactly we want our region to look like in the future. As far as the performance measures, this is an example of what we were going through. Those items at the top, the key topic areas, there were 7 that were selected. And we, as a staff and working with the subcommittee, we came up with the different performance measures in each of the categories that are listed on the left-hand side. We looked at the population, wealth creation, economic measures as an example. And those type of things, if you notice in this particular slide, the ones for access to broadband are listed at the bottom. The ones for population and wealth creation and economic measures are listed where the X's are. Those are the items that pertain to those topics. And again, this information, even though it's shown as a broad base, we can also break it down by county, jurisdiction. That type of thing is the type of information that we'll need as far as maintaining and implementing the SEDS. And that information also will probably prove valuable to you all when you actually do apply for certain grants and all, and we want to try to have that information made available to everyone. This is somewhat hard to read, but just to kind of bear with me, it's a breakdown of the prior slide. This is the one, as we discussed, we were looking at trying to establish a baseline area, and I'll give you a more of a close-up to what this entails. Our baseline data starting point that we're looking at is 2010. We wanted to go back about 10 years. The way this is structured right now doesn't mean that it'll be this way. Some of these may not be, some sales may not have information because sometimes data is on a 5-year basis, like the census is every 10 years. So we'll have information like for every 10 years, 2010, 2020, 2030, that type of thing. Some information in the interim years are basically estimates, but it still could be valuable information as we look at it. Because if, as I mentioned earlier, our EDD status, we have to report annually. And if we are showing some growth, all growth is positive, no matter how small. We want to show that type of information. So this right now shows our baseline at 2020 for the information of those performance measures. And I have it up to, I believe, 2030 now. Of course, it'll go farther out. This will be somewhat of a massive spreadsheet once it's done. I also would like to thank those stakeholders that I've contacted regarding the information as far as the sources, and there's others I will be contacting, staff will be contacting in the future. We will be working with them. They have acknowledged that they will, work with us and possibly has the type of data that we need to fill in this information. And once we start to get it, we'll start to put together a performance of how this data is actually working and how it could work for us in order for us to maintain and implement our sets. This is more of a close-up to kind of give you an idea. We're started to put in some population information. Of course, there's others that we'll be doing, but it'll be lining up for each of the key topic areas. Now, like I said, those are 7 that we've kind of focused on, but I can see that we're going to have some other ones that are going to be in there that may come into play. So at some point, you will see all 17 in this massive spreadsheet. And that information, hopefully we'll be getting information in order to fill it in to provide the kind of information that we need. As far as that SEDS evaluation framework, it's going to measure our progress on key goals through measurable outcomes and performance measures. It's going to focus on measurable outcomes of goals and strategies that have been identified. It will serve as an annual assessment progress to indicate how the region addresses goals. Remember, every 5 years, we have to do a major update of our SEDS document. It will further address areas as needed, meaning that there may be areas where we have to, give more credence to provide information or look at it more in depth. This evaluation framework will also enable NOAC and stakeholders to strengthen the regional economy, and it will satisfy the Economic Development District annual report requirement that we'll need to do. And what we're doing as we are waiting on our status as far as the EDD, we will act as if we are an EDD and we will move forward as such. In our SEDS, if you recall, if you looked at the document, there was an example of how this prospective annual performance report will look like. In this case, it has the goal, the strategy, the measurable outcome, the performance measure, the partners who will provide information or it relates to, and the status of that particular identified goal. Here, as an example, a vibrant and innovative economy, the strategy could be to support, and this is for education, to support continued education partnerships with the industry sectors. Education and skills, as far as a measurable outcome, could be education and skills to better align with the needs of industry sectors. As a performance measure, increase regional hiring from educational institutions within our region. As far as the partners, could be foundations, secondary and higher education partnerships, city, county, economic development organizations. And this is something that we know that most of the status on many of these things will be ongoing. As far as our next steps, The subcommittee's effective maintenance and implementation of the SEDS will provide advice and policy recommendations via our policy committee to the NOACA board to define the type of region Northeast Ohio wants to create. And that concludes my presentation. And at this point, I would like to kind of open it for discussion and also look at the type of areas that we want to possibly, as this group wants to, focus on. And I'll go back to those, the key topic areas. It may be something in the sense of workforce development. There are certain types of grants that are out there, a Good Jobs Challenge, things of that nature. We're going to also make sure that we have those things that are identified. We want to look at if these are the ones we want to continue with or kind of intertwine in a sense and work in other ones, which I'm sure we will do. At this point, I'll open it for any discussions that you have.
Please.
Hi, Paul Hertig, Cuyahoga County. I'm sorry to have to ask this, but due to the times we live in, I need to know if NOAC has received any communications from the Department of Commerce or the EDA that changes anything that we've planned in light of the new administration and all the rapid change we're experiencing.
We have not received any specific communication, although we have been discussing the Economic Development District with EDA, and it does seem that it's a little bit slower than we had hoped.
Please, Khalid.
Well, quick question. So how do we identify, investors, where they are currently in projects and how do we bring them into this process? And I'll give you an example. For example, at Aerospace NASA Glenn, there's a group of developers that are developing hotels. So there's one hotel that's called the Orbit that is currently opened. And there's a plan to build another hotel right next to it. And so how do we incorporate that into this process so we're not missing opportunities in the future, short term or in the long term? And the other
Sure.
question I have is regarding schools. I know that for me, when I was at the airport, we always had an issue with finding talent and going out and scouring the world for talent. And one of the proposals that we had was bringing it to the schools early. For example, training those students that aren't going to college with, for example, CDLs. So when they graduate from high school, they can plow snow for the airport or for the city or for the county. Whether or not you want to be a police officer or a fireman, you're right at the beginning. So you're not 5-6 years later after high school trying to determine what you're going to do. That opportunity exists right there at that time. Just an idea.
Sure. Regarding your first question regarding the NASA Glenn and the aerospace, if you're going back to our key topic areas that you see on the screen, that's one of the areas that is there. We are also working with our partners with NASA, well, not actually with NASA Glenn. We have a study that's going to commence pretty soon for the aerospace area. And the thing that we have that was approved by our board was the study of the area that also includes the development of all of the sites that are within our study area, including the airport, the possibility of the new Brown Stadium that's going in. That study actually is a part of that. NOAC is actually taking the lead on as far as working with our partners with, I can't think of the, Grace, you may want to.
I'm not sure which study you're talking about.
Arizona Alliance.
Arizona Alliance.
Yeah, Arizona Alliance, I'm sorry. And so we're working with them. That's where the study is. And that's a part of that whole area. That may be one that we want to look at possibly to add into our 17 key topic areas. As an addition, like I said, the first ones that you see here are the ones in blue that we've identified as a group. And I said that at some point in time that we will have some of the other ones as a part of that. So the aerospace NASA Glenn key topic area could possibly be one that we can start to look at and provide information to get for that.
Valerie?
Thank you. Just a follow up from something that Cal just said, I do want to highlight the aerospace NASA Glenn because, as we know, in addition to what's going on around the airport itself will probably be $1 billion construction in the near future. And then currently there's a lot of initiatives involving the federal government, but one in particular is to bring the NASA headquarters to Cleveland, Ohio. And so I think now we may want to make that, I know we have the 7 key areas we're focused on, but maybe we can pull that aerospace, NASA Glenn and highlight it since it's on the forefront right now.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, even though we've picked these 7 key topic areas, it doesn't necessarily mean that we'll have information for all of them at a certain level. The other 10 are still vitally important because they all intertwine. So of course, I've made note that we will look at the aerospace NASA Glenn area. The other thing I heard was about workforce development, and I think that's something that's key, and that may be one of the areas that, even though it's highlighted, it may become even important because workforce development, interconnects with a lot of the other key topic areas when we begin to look at the talent that we have. Education is one, of course, that's there. We need to start to reach out as we get this information from our partners. That information, I think, will provide that basis for us to kind of look toward the type of things that we need to want to focus on for now at this point in time. Going back to that framework that I discussed earlier in our slide presentation, that will be something that I can also add to that too, is get education and the workforce development, and also NASA Aerospace Glenn more in focus if that is what this group would like to see.
I have 2 things. Workforce development, our state has ESCs, Educational Service Centers. I know the one in Lorain County works very, very hard in the 17 school districts that are in our ESC to focus on our business advisory council, because they are tasked by the state to make sure that they have some relationship with our local businesses in Lorain County. And I'm assuming that that goes that way for every county and their ESC as well too. So there's a natural synergy that's already existing there. So as far as workforce development and our schools go, that's an easy get right there because they're already working on it. And they're also very well hooked in with our local career tech school, the JVS in Lorain County as well too. And I assume they are in the other counties as well too, whether it's Auburn, Career, and Lake County, and every other location that's got one of those. So I think that's an easy thing. We don't need to reinvent the wheel there. We just need to involve them in some way. And then going back again to aerospace and NASA Glenn, I don't know how we would do it, but I know Matt Dolan just sent out an email yesterday, again, continuing talking about how Team NEO is focused on making sure that DC is aware of Cleveland's desire to have NASA here. And I don't know if we can draft a letter from NOACA as well as from the SEDS group here that says we are also, that would fit into what our SEDS progress and what we're trying to do. I don't know how we would do that, but I would say that that would be helpful.
I think that's a great idea. So the NOACA board at its meeting 2 weeks ago did approve a resolution to support the movement, the move of the NASA Glenn, or the NASA headquarters to Glenn. I think it would be something that we could draft up from the subcommittee as the keepers of the SEDS. We'll have to refine the language, but I do think that a motion to come up with some letter of support from this group who oversees the SEDS plan would be helpful as well.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I would also like to mention that some of our partners, Cleveland State University, Greater Cleveland Partnership, and Team NEO will be providing us a lot of the data that we have. And there's others that we've identified in our matrix that we are in the midst of contacting to get the data for this information. So we know that there's a lot of data out there that we were not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we want to try to we need to get that information to see how helpful it could become, not only for the implementation and maintenance of the sets, but also for our partners to have that information as they apply for even additional grants. Because even though there may be things that you apply for as individually, in essence, it's for our region and as a whole. And we want to make sure that we document that type of information, that type of things that's happening in our 5-county region.
Ronnie, though, to Khalid's question earlier, do we have any metrics that measure, or how do we measure activities such as new hotels or new office space or new residential? Is there a metric that covers that? And if not, can we come up with one?
Yeah, we can come up with one. I know there's some and I don't have it here in front of me as far as all the metrics, but some of that information, I think we will be able to get that. We can try to measure that type of information, definitely.
Yeah, maybe we should give a little bit more thought to how to measure success.
Yeah.
Or progress, both progress and success. So do we want to ask?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. And so this is my first meeting on this committee as an alternate for Commissioner Gallagher, but in my day role, I now oversee community economic development. So I'm Paul in Lorain County now, who I've worked with in the past for a number of years. There are some issues that or some items I'm not sure if it's been shared with this committee or not. So if it has been, please bear with me. In Lorain County, some focuses we've had for the last nearly 2 years. And I know, Grace, you've received a copy of our strategic plan. So we undertook in Lorain County a strategic plan, which I oversaw for 18 months. Actually, I still oversee it, but for an 18-month period, we engaged the community, and Tony was very instrumental in that as well. And we had thousands of Lorain County residents and businesses participate. And it's interesting looking at the 17 key topics. The way we structured this is we went with a blank slate and said to the residents of the county, what do you want the county to be, over the next 10 to 15 years? And almost every item ultimately came out of that. So our plan focused on, just looking through here, on education, on housing, innovation, manufacturing as a component of the economy. We focused on transportation. The reason I bring that up is yesterday we just had our first steering committee on creating a comprehensive Lorain County housing study. We also, over the past 2 days, and Tony participated as well, had a transit summit. We've launched a pilot micro transit program in Lorain County. And so that program actually has proven to be very successful, and we're looking to expand that program. So it's interesting that the Lorain County initiatives aren't different from what we're seeing here. And I just want to make the group aware of that. Also, there was a question about understanding more of what's going on as far as industry and businesses going on. And Tony and I have a good relationship, but we need to have a better relationship in so far as the chamber interacting more with what we're doing. We and how I've restructured the department is to be much more engaged to answer those questions of what businesses and what industries are going in, because we're going to start to capture that in a more holistic fashion. What I've done is I've divided the 34 communities between 3 individuals in the department, and they're specifically focused on 11 or 12 communities, depending how the matrix worked out, to identify those specific areas of growth in those communities. They are the single points of contact for every bit of economic and community development activity. We just rolled that out, and they're just now going out now and meeting with the government officials as an example to find out what they want in their communities, what businesses, what industries, what assets, land assets, site assets they have. We're going to outreach to businesses. We're going to outreach to organizations. And this is in the early stages, but the expectation is, Grace, to your point, or the point of NOAC, is to come and put a single point of contact in each of those communities, collaborate those, and have a master roster, so to speak, of everything going on within the county. So I just wanted to kind of shape that. But what I find interesting is these 17 key topics. holistically, they came out of our 18-month strategic plan. And I believe you have a copy of that
I do.
report. And what I'd like to do is set up time. I was going to send you a text, but where
Terrific.
you and I could sit down and
I'd
go
love
over
to.
kind of this direction we're going. But we're focusing right now on housing and transit as two initiatives in the county, in addition to a whole host of other things. But we just rolled both of those out in the past week, just to give an update on what's going on.
Very good, thank you.
What I would like to say, I do have my performance measure sheet, and these are the ones that we decided on initially and that was approved. And in the approval of these, we also decided that these are not the end all be all. Those can be added, some can be added or deleted. So this is one of those working types of things. As far as economic measures that we are looking at initially that we decided on was capital investment, the type of EDA funded projects that we're receiving, new business started and licenses, non-EDA funded projects, because it's still economic development, percent of GDP spent on research and development, private investment dollars, public investment dollars. As far as workforce development, the things that we're decided on, but we can still expand upon it. Average job and wage growth, employment population, employable population, I'm sorry, employment population / population rate, gap talent available and needed, jobs created and or retained, job growth in identified clusters, labor force participation rate, new average wage jobs, new high wage jobs, and unemployment rate. Manufacturing, we look at manufacturing productivity, value added manufacturing, and these are the ones that we've listed. Doesn't necessarily mean that there's others, and I encourage you all to provide any additional information as we work with you guys in gathering the information that we have here. We may be steered into other directions where we may find out that it's more beneficial for not only the implementation and maintenance of the SEDS, but also helping you all out to secure any future grants or any information that you need to be reported.
Khalid, you had a question still?
So looking at the healthcare, for example, we have 3 major institutions in the county. And how do we leverage those relationships with the healthcare institutions? And I'm kind of like an out of the box. It usually gets me in trouble, but how do we bring healthcare to the community? Maybe aside from the insurance companies, do we enter into direct relationships with these healthcare institutions to bring affordable healthcare to folks, not only to folks that are uninsured, but the companies that have to pay these crazy numbers that actually will help bring development to the counties. Just ideas like that. I did talk to a few people about it, where we can do some maybe collectively have take medical tourism, for example. How do we ensure the community properly and adequately? Just concepts and ideas like that may go a long way in the future. Just an idea.
Hi, Emily Pachetti at the Cleveland Fed. I am gonna mess up this question, but I'm gonna try. I think it might be helpful for those in the room, if not just for me. So I want to clarify, in the absence of the EDD designation, I heard that it is still helpful for us to think about SEDS as kind of the operating framework, still move forward as though we have the designation. And I guess what I'm just wanting to understand a little better is there, how do we is there funding, for example, to support some of these projects locally or regionally or statewide, whatever, that doesn't come from the traditional EDD, which I don't understand all the funding flows, but I'm just wondering if it's an opportunity for us to look broader, or if we still need to, stay narrow in terms of where resources are coming from, for example? Or is this an opportunity, can this be an opportunity for us to think broader and just help coordinate and leverage all the many efforts that currently exist throughout the geography?
I
Does that
think
make
you're
sense?
right. Even though we exist because we completed a comprehensive economic development strategy and we are the caretakers of that strategy, certainly we can broaden our scope to include things like state funding, to look at other local partnerships. And one of the things that I had been thinking about perhaps was to bring to the governance committee of NOACA a proposal to increase the dues of the partners within the agency, just like we do for water quality. So we have specific dues for water quality initiatives that are outside of our MPO. And maybe we can do the same for economic development. And so, yes, I do think we need to start thinking about that. The EDD, and again, we'll talk about that later, will give us access to new funding. But even then, it isn't as much as probably we would need to really conduct ourselves as a district.
If I could, I just have some like follow-up questions that are a little more in the weeds. Could you clarify the data you're looking for in terms of new development? So I think I heard residential and commercial development. Just say a little more there.
Yeah, I was just reacting to Khalid's question, so I haven't really thought through that very well. But looking at ways to capture the essence of how we are progressing in terms of development. How do you capture that brick and mortar kind of, is it, the square feet of new development, I don't know. And I think we have to spend some time working on that.
Sure.
Thanks. And then the only other thing in reaction to some of the performance metrics, I was just thinking that, traditionally, and we measure ourselves over time, and we need to continue to do that with whatever data we have available at whatever time frame. But I just also consider, especially in some of these sectors, they will, change dramatically across all geographies, no matter where you are, for the better or worse, whatever. It might be worth considering also comparator metrics. For example, healthcare, we were talking about healthcare institutions. There's going to be a lot of changes in the healthcare sector, for example. We might want to benchmark ourselves not only over time, but against other similar geographies or something like that. So just something to think about.
Thank you.
I just go off what Emily said. If you're looking for other funding to kind of do this, a lot of this stuff is CDBG eligible. We all have a community allocation, and I believe all communities have to put together an annual kind of plan, and they already have metrics to do that. I think those are ways to put together multiple funding solutions. If you're applying for an EDA grant, you could say, hey, we're going to allocate $80,000 towards housing. I have a CDBG or ADA transportation improvements, things like that. To answer your question, I think there are other avenues you could do to kind of, I'll say, capital stack any project that you want to do that would leverage this.
Thank you.
David?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to jump off those points too. I think benchmarking would be helpful. I think it would be, the list that Ronnie read off a few minutes ago about the metrics that he had put together sounds reasonable to me. I think it would be productive to start pulling that data together and reacting and responding to it. I think it is easier to see if we're missing something when we're looking at the data. And then I would really suggest trying to package these 17 areas into some smaller subset of areas and then looking at them as like under tiers. So if you were to take, for example, if you were to take innovation and entrepreneurship and workforce development and package them together into some sort of broader talent large group, I think that will make the analysis a little bit easier. And I think maybe that having some of the data would help that because we're going to see a lot of these data points that are probably we're going to look at it and we're going to say that answers part of this question, part of that question, part of this question. And I think it's just easier to talk about 4 or 5 priorities than it is to talk about 17. So those are my suggestions, but I really would really ask that we could maybe look at some data when we meet again in June.
Yeah. I would like to add, that's, it's kind of what I was going, that's kind of the direction I was looking at doing the prioritization. We have 17 key topic areas. It wasn't done at the development of the SEDS. It should have been done at that point, but with 5 counties, you want to kind of broaden your horizon in a sense. And that's why you see over 100 plus strategies, things of that nature. We've narrowed it down to these because I had to kind of, no one was really giving me, as far as the committee, we didn't know exactly what it was. So I started to look at the area to see what was kind of more important or what the things are actually done. Things that stuck out was healthcare, manufacturing, workforce development, and everyone pretty much agreed to that. Like I said earlier, it's that even though we've got these 7, it doesn't necessarily mean the other 10 doesn't come into play. However, we still have to prioritize that. Now, with any type of things, when you start to do research and development, I've done this a lot in the past, Molly would probably agree with this, is that until you get the data and start to look at it, and that's what we're doing now, we're trying to gather that, then we can kind of focus in on the type of things we want to look at. Now, what I would say is that if I've heard now is that I hear workforce development, healthcare, even innovation and entrepreneurship, and even the aerospace, NASA, Glenn, are those the areas that this group would like to look at initially? Or as we gather the data, and we hope to have a lot of this data before our next meeting that we want to try to get out to you guys to kind of look at. That is one of the reasons why you don't see any action areas on here, because it's of course looking at these key topic areas that has been identified in the SEDS. We want to get to a point where we can kind of structure that down to a point where we need to have a starting point, prioritize the certain ones, and then we can go from that point, because this is something that's not a 1 year or 5 year. We're talking multiple years in the future as to what we want this region to look like. We want to be competitive like everyone else. I would say this about our EDD district is that with the things that are going on now, there have been EDDs that have been granted priority or granted status within a year. Some have taken, like Detroit took 11 years. Hopefully we will never get to that point, but we are trying to move forward in order to do that. But we still need to act as if we are an EDD, because once that do hit, we need to have that information available. And if we do, I think it'll run smoothly. Now, with being an EDD status, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a lot of funding. It's not a lot of funding that's available. It's the grants that we're looking at. I think that's where we could, kind of move forward, like the good jobs development. There are certain things that could enhance a lot of the things that we've identified here, or the SEDS or these committees, and developing the SEDS, and also looking at what we're trying to focus on. We can get a lot of that data and move forward and do the things that we need to do. The EDD status is is basically a status for our region. It's good to have, but it's not the end all be all. We still need to move forward as if we are an EDD, and we want to develop our region the way that you guys want it to look like.
Please go ahead.
My question touches a little bit on what Ronnie just shared. But once the EDD is established, could you describe the funding that becomes available through the EDA? Is it discretionary grants? Is it formula funds? Is it specifically like development finance? Like ultimately, what are we, what becomes available to us with this?
Primarily planning and technical assistance that we will receive. As far as the funding limits, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I believe planning is 50 or 75,000. Technical assistance, I'm not sure. Molly, are you?
So I think in part two, it's how EDA will judge submissions for all projects across an area that has a SEDS. And they are very well aware of who has SEDS, who's an EDD, right? And understanding that process and scoring existing submissions based on that status, right? So knowing that you have an EDD potentially, they understand that maybe implementation might be more viable in a region that has an EDD versus one that just has a SEDS, where they can see all of the partners in the submission are really coming together and working together, and you have a higher chance potentially of winning in receiving those funds. I don't think it's an outright allocation or higher levels of allocations or different funds other than the planning grants that are available to communities that have EDDs.
On our agenda, under the reports, we are going to be discussing the EDD. So if we could just maybe put a pin in that until the next couple of minutes, because we will get into that a little bit further.
Did have one other comment on what Patrick was saying and talking about CDBG funding and those kinds of things. I think you're starting to get into elements of what does alignment and implementation look like. And those are practical suggestions around providing, this is how we could implement this, right? Working with communities as they apply and are, submitting around their CDBG funds. And so that's a whole different bucket, I think, of activity, but is very important to the next steps in moving forward with these things.
Okay, anything right now? Anything more?
Can I get a motion and an approval for creating a support letter on behalf of the Economic Development Subcommittee to represent the SEDS?
Can we get a second? Yeah, okay. All in favor? Anybody against? Motion
Thank you.
passes. All right, Ronnie, you want to talk about the calendar year 2025 stuff now too?
This is the update to our calendar year 2025 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas. No action is required, and this item is for information only. The previous action is that our policy committee approved this calendar year 2025 focus areas at their meeting on January 31st. The purpose of our Economic Development Subcommittee shall provide advice and policy recommendations to the policy committee to support economic growth and enhance quality of life. The goals are to operate as the said strategy committee as required by the US EDA, inform NOAC of relevant economic development matters, foster sustainable and equitable economic growth, provide input and recommendations in NOAC of project planning and prioritization, and be a forum for regional collaboration to support regional economic growth. For calendar year 2024, represented as the first full year of our meetings for this group and the establishment of focus area topics. The ones in 2024 was the draft performance metrics or measures. The committee discussed, reviewed, and refined the performance measures, and the baseline set of performance measures were adopted in December of 2024. We also discussed the development of grant strategy to identify, pursue, and secure grants, which will allow the 5 counties to work together to strengthen the region's determination and ability to access EDA funding. We also looked at to develop a grant strategy outline, which is the strategic, focus, relationship building, sustainable and efficient. As far as strategic, to understand your purpose, develop a direction for the future. Focus, utilizing the SEDS as a guide. We want to rely on our region's strengths And as I mentioned that before, healthcare, innovation, the NASA Glenn area is strong in the things that we do in relationship building. We want to have stakeholder alliance to pursue funding. We know that we need to have to come as a group in order to secure those type of funds, especially those that are available from the feds. We want to be sustainable. We want to use our priorities and strengths to pursue those appropriate grant opportunities and also be as efficient as possible to utilize our resources in a way to, as far as funding, staffing, the best use of those funds. Another focus area, we wanted to look for regional projects that promote community collaboration. Throughout the year, last year, I tried to send that information out to the group to inform you of what's out there. Many of you probably do get that information, but still we want to provide a forum for that information. We're also looking at, I'll get to one of the things at the bottom there, as far as providing additional information. But to look for the regional projects that promote community collaboration, the committee will continue to seek out regional projects to implement the SEDS. And those regional projects need to be identified and forwarded to those stakeholders, and that's the information that we try to get to you guys. Another focus area was to educate the communities on the SEDS and its benefits to the areas. And we began to a review of the SEDS and with the committee, and we want to try to continue to do that to inform you of that, and also encourage you all to read the SEDS document itself. Another focus area was to create a centralized repository for all information. And we're internally, we're working on a web page or area that you can go to that will list those grant opportunities, some of the metrics and other areas that pertain to not only the SEDS, but economic development for the region. And as I said, we've begun work with our public affairs division as far as looking at that type of information to have available. The 2025 focus areas are pretty much the same as is 2024. And one of the things that I wanted to do, and I didn't do, I wish we would have had, but we were working on a lot of our key topic areas in our metrics. But the one thing that I would like to do in our December meeting is to make sure that we have this as an agenda so that we stay on focus as this group as far as looking at those focus areas. And for 2025, again, these are all ongoing. Implement and refine adopted performance measures, continue development of a grant strategy, promote community collaboration through regional projects, educate communities on the SEDS and its benefits to the areas, create a centralized repository of all information, and also the last one, we hope to have soon, the EDA approval of an economic development district designation. As far as our next steps, we want the adoption of the focus areas helps the Economic Development Subcommittee prioritize strategies, promote and coordinate development, and leverage the involvement of the public, private, and nonprofit sectors in implementing and maintaining the SEDS. And as I said, this was an informational item, and I'll stand for any questions.
If I may comment, could we go back to the screen that shows the list of items? All these are great. I find especially appealing promoting community collaboration through regional projects. It is sometimes hard for us to look outside our borders and our boundaries to support regional work. And yet it's so important. Just a couple examples, I know our sustainability people in Cuyahoga are working very closely with the folks in Painesville on a big CPRG, which benefits the region. And I know that there's a poorly kept secret in Lorain County of a super site project underway, which we strongly support because it's going to bring regional job and business opportunities. And I feel that this committee is one way we can continue to work together and collaborate.
Yes, I would like to see this committee really be, in many ways, the developer of a framework for us to be able to look at larger projects that are regionally sustainable.
I would also like to add, and I'm sure that you all have seen this article. It was actually in our it was in the February 23, the Cleveland, what is it? The article, it was in the Cleveland, the publication, oh, I can't think of the name, the business one.
Cranes?
Cleveland Crane, the Crane, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. This one was actually it hit me and I've spoken to Grace about it. This is the article that came in regarding Governor DeWine to Cleveland, up your focus on economic development to compete with Central Ohio. That kind of hit me to say that that was almost like a challenge for us in the sense that we need to come together and move forward as a group to show exactly what we could be. We are an area that is growing. We have a lot of things that are going positive for us. But it's something that I think that we need to, and we also always need to do this. As was mentioned earlier, collaboration and working together on certain projects and looking at how we can grow as a region is something that's vitally important. And this article kind of, made that known, and even some of the ones that I think that are listed on this subcommittee kind of commented on this, knowing that collaboration and cooperation between the counties is something that's vitally important for us to move forward. So I just wanted to mention that.
No, I'm glad you did mention that. We did speak of it. And so some of you may know, and in fact, I think there was a Cleveland.com article as well. So the point was that the governor has come forward and said, yes, it is true that there is a lot of development and a lot of opportunity coming to Columbus, but that's because Columbus is working to make that happen and challenging Cleveland to make that happen. So when we speak of Cleveland, of course, we're speaking of greater Cleveland. And we do need to think about how the Economic Development Subcommittee and the SEDS can help us to do just that.
Matt Dolan spoke at our 501c3 public-private partnership annual meeting for One Lorain County a couple of weeks ago. And basically what he pointed out is that the three major projects that are taking place right now in the Columbus area, none of them are in Franklin County. None of them are in Columbus, correct? That they are in three different counties surrounding Columbus, but Columbus will benefit just as we would all benefit for a major site, a mega site in Lorain County. Northeast Ohio would benefit and vice versa. So I think it's a good thing to keep in mind, and we need to be reminded of it regularly.
Exactly. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's something that's vitally important. We have one county that's really is more populated than the other four, but there are advantages to the other the four counties. There's land there. There's things that could benefit this whole region. So if we work together, I think we can make a lot of things happen. A lot of good things happen.
Anybody have anything else? If not, we will move on to report updates for the EDD. You want to go ahead, Ronnie?
That's the end of our presentation, but we wanted to give an update on our EDD status. Has been mentioned, and we've kind of discussed that a little bit earlier. It was submitted back in January of 2024. So with as far as the review of that occurred just recently. And we got some information back that we are still working with the administration as far as providing them some updated information. Some of the things that we want to do, and as we move along, is that we want to be mindful that the information that we provided, I feel, and our even our consultants and our organization, NOACA, feels staffing and our leadership feels that that information is actually there. We may have to just point out that information to in order for it to move forward in the process. We'll do whatever we can or whatever we need to do as far as moving that information through the process in order to get that designation for our area. It's not an end-all be-all. We can still move forward to do things. It just opens up certain pots of money that we can possibly access from EDA, being an EDD, Economic Development District. And for this, I'll turn it over to Grace if she wants to add anything else.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. So I had a meeting with EDA just on Monday of this week, and they asked why we wanted to be an EDD. And I said that there were 3 reasons we wanted to be an EDD. First, but certainly not the most important, is it does give us access to additional funding that we don't have today. But that funding is a small amount, as Molly had indicated earlier and Ronnie had spoken to. The bigger reasons we want to be an EDD is to improve collaboration and cohesiveness, that we can really present ourselves as a region. This is a district. It is a designation. It is something that has a certain level of status to it, not only for grant purposes, but I think for psychological purposes. I mean, we would be a district. And then the third reason I gave was it makes us more competitive with other regions that are already districts, such as Detroit, such as Pittsburgh, such as Columbus. And so it is really important for us to do that. There are a couple of things that we need to do that I'd like to ask your help in. One is that we need to get resolutions or letters of support from each of the 5 counties. So those of you that are representatives of the 5 counties here, we can, reach out to Ronnie to get more specifics on that. But we can prepare a draft, sort of a template, and then we'll send that out to you. And then you can get that approved by whatever your appointing authorities or some of you, I think, will have to take it through council. Some of you can just have your commissioners approve it. But that is one thing that's needed. So county support, individual county support to be a district. And then secondly, we are going to need to prepare a 5 to 10 page report on a justification why we should be a district. Not why we want to be a district, but why we should be a district. They've yet to send over the criteria for that, but what I'd like to do is have us perhaps take a stab at developing that and then sending that out to you all for comment. And if you would not mind taking a look at it and seeing if there are things that you can add to that memo, to that report to make it stronger. So those are the 2 things that are my asks based on my conversation with the EDA. They did apologize for, at this point, it's been sitting in their office for a year before they really were able to review it. They said they're short-staffed. They had a couple of resignations last year. They've not filled the positions. And at this point, it looks like we have one person that covers 2 states now, Michigan and Ohio. And so this was added to Michigan's sort of workload. But that is the update. And I'll be happy to take any questions to help you better understand what we need and or to better understand the meeting that I had with EDA on Monday.
I'm sorry, I was taking notes for Commissioner Beveridge. Could you please read, you said there was 2 things you were looking for from each county. When we do the letter, there was 2 key parts.
So when we do the letter, we'll send you out we'll send you a template. So that way, and I'm not sure what needs to be in there yet. We haven't, they were going to send us some information after Monday's meeting. I have not yet received that. That details specifically what they want, but we'll come up with a template and send that to you. It would just be helpful if those of you that want to be the responsible parties for that, contact Ronnie, copy me, just so we know who to work with and we're not contacting other folks and, you know, there's multiple people working on it. So you guys decide amongst yourselves who you want to be your contact person, and then we'll work through you to get that letter and send you the template to build it.
I just kind of want to reiterate something we talked about where we talk, hey, what funds are available and why it's important. You know, from our experience, we've applied for EDA grants. We've been unsuccessful because we're not in an EDD.
Yeah.
And it fits. So for us, we've had a couple of tourism and parks that we wanted to develop our lakefront. But even though we had a county comprehensive plan, a county coastal development plan, it still wasn't enough for them to recognize us as, you know, they don't want to just see a bunch of random applications, basically.
Right.
They want to see there's a plan and it sticks to that plan. So we've struggled with that of being, basically, we haven't been able to get funding from the EDA because of that.
Yeah,
So
thank you
that's-
for bringing that up and thank you for sharing that example. To Molly's point earlier, again, it may not make any additional funds available other than the planning and operations technical assistance, but it does allow you to score better on the applications that you do submit or that we submit as a district.
Yeah, in that meeting, I would just said, hey, show me the money, you know, the whatever movie that
Yeah.
was from. That's what I would have told EDA. But secondly, as you're looking to put together that report, right now, each local workforce development area has to put together their 5-year regional plan. So our area is now Northern Ohio workforce area. So they're putting together their data as a region to submit to the state, who submits it to Department of Labor for WIOA compliance. If you need help on that, you know, any information from workforce, Ronnie, if you need that, we're happy to help make that introduction too.
Okay, great.
I would also like to add, as far as the letter of support from each of the counties, we did submit a letter of support that represented NOACA, of which all 5 counties are a part of. They want to see how each individual county, are they in acceptance of, you know, securing or going for this designation, even though every county is represented on NOAC and we went through the system, but they want to see those individual letters.
Could I just, for a moment, since we've talked about both collaboration and that poorly kept secret of the Lorraine megasite, we have a fellow, George Williams. Many of you in the room have met him because of the work he's done on that Lorraine megasite and the transportation and housing work in Lorraine County. He's part of a fellowship that's 2.5 years long. He came to Cleveland last February he moved from Portugal to Cleveland in February of last year. He's very much enjoying the work he's doing with us and with Lorraine County. The fellowship that he has, 2.5 years, it's a great program. It's the Economic Recovery Corps is the name of it. It is funded by EDA. They're already supporting the collaboration in this region to a certain extent. I mentioned that for 2 reasons. One, it's a nice piece of information when we talk about these efforts with EDA and what we're doing. They're supporting us already, and we're very thankful. And I mentioned it for a second reason because the fellowship already once, about 6 weeks ago, thought it was ending immediately, 1 year into a 2.5-year program. That didn't happen, but they're still skittish. They don't know if these fellows, I think there's 40 of them or something like that around the country and in territories. They don't know if this funding could disappear at any moment. They don't know if these fellows are going to be able to finish their 2.5-year assignments, even though their hosting organizations are counting on 2.5 years of support. I mention that because if any of you have any contact with either the EDA or any elected representatives or anyone in the administration, tell them that this collaborative effort is very valuable, probably beyond the cost of the fellowship, and that more more than whether or not it exists long-term, the uncertainty and skittishness around maybe it disappears at any moment is extraordinarily hard to deal with, especially when it's a fellowship and it's not exactly like, it's not full-time employment. So if anyone has any influence on any of those points with any elected representatives you talk to or anyone else, it would be nice to have a small comment of the value of that economic recovery core program and what we're up to. So thanks.
George has been great.
So actually jumping off of that point, many federal agencies have been asking grantees and communities for storytelling around impact of awards that the federal government has made and the importance to communities. To your point about more than just the impact more than just the dollars. And so maybe in addition to putting together the story for the EDD, there are pieces that can be pulled out to write letters of support to EDA and their programs for continued funding and support of what they do. On many calls, they are asking for those kinds of stories and information and what they can cull from grantee reporting to kind of make that storytelling because the funds are very impactful. So I think that maybe, Jeff, is one thing to be able to do is write that story.
Anybody have any other comments? Yep, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. So Lorraine County, we're flattered of all your interest in the mega site. And I cannot comment on what's been said prior to me sitting in this seat today, but we will do a better job of communicating the activities going on because recognizing the regional impact of what is transpiring. A lot of it involves federal coordination, as you can imagine, but there is an opportunity for regional coordination and collaboration as well. So I will take this message back, share it with the commissioners, share it with the county administrator, and we will be much more forthcoming with information and collaboration.
Valerie?
You know, it may make sense there was a joint letter, bipartisan letter that went out from, the two senators, a couple of the Congress people about trying to get the NASA Glenn Center here. We may want to actually ask them to do a joint letter for a lot of selfish reasons. But yeah, for the district, and maybe highlight some of the things that they're doing and why that is important for this area.
Yeah, that's great. We'll look into putting together a letter that we can ask them to send on our behalf.
Anything else? Is there any old business? Seeing none, is there any new business? Seeing none or hearing none, 9:59, can I have a motion to adjourn? Can we get a second, Patrick? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Nope. Meeting is adjourned at 9:59. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Great conversation today.
Thank you. Great job.
Liz and Tamika, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can now. Yes.
All right, we just had another meeting run over into this one, so we'll get started shortly.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Minutes. So for June 14th, meeting minutes 2024, do we have any corrections or additions? All right, with no corrections or additions, can I have a motion to approve? And a second. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Approval for the September 2024 meetings. Are there any corrections or additions? And can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. And all in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Meeting minutes for November 6, 2024 for the special meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? And can I have a motion to approve? And second? All in favor? Any opposed?
Edwin? Who was the
Who was
second?
second?
Edwin, yeah.
And any opposed? The motion is approved. Meeting minutes for December 20th, 2024. Do we have any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? A second? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. We will move right on to any public comments on the agenda items. No one has signed in to speak today. Let's move on to the next. Right, we'll go on to Chair's report. Is there an executive director's report today?
Just a couple of announcements. First of all, we have released the application round for our CMAC Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program. This is a program that accepts projects such as vehicle updates, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, traffic signal timing, roundabouts, projects that will mitigate congestion and improve air quality as the title suggests. There is a webinar on April 9th. And the applications are due May 2nd. So please get the word out. Help us get the word out. Second, we also have an open round for enhanced mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. This recently opened and will close on April 11th. There is $5 million available, and it is primarily to support transportation providers who offer coordinated transportation for seniors and individuals with disabilities. This is a unique program, and I think this group would take some interest in it because not only do we support transit agencies, but nonprofits also qualify for this funding. And I know many of you are affiliated with nonprofits or are part of that network. So get that word out. All of the information's on our website. And then lastly, we have another round of applications for the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. This is $300,000. That is for Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, and Medina counties that are eligible. The city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County are not eligible because they're already receiving their funding separately. This also is unique in the sense that you do not have to be a government entity to get the grants. You can be a nonprofit. The applications are due April 14th. This is part of our agreement with USCPA, and webinar details can be found, which was already had, but can be found on the website. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to the action items. There are no current action items for today's meeting. Then we will go into our presentation discussion items. Future action items, there are none. Then we'll move on to the information. So we have the 2025 Equity Subcommittee focus areas. Liz?
Good morning, everybody. This is just a quick update. So every year, NOACA's committees and subcommittees adopt focus areas to help focus the topics on the agenda. So the Equity Subcommittee reports to the Policy Committee. So the Policy Committee approved the calendar year 2025 Equity Subcommittee focus areas. So there's no action requested. This is an item for information. As I mentioned, these were approved by the Policy Committee as the reporting committee for the Equity Subcommittee at their meeting on January 31st. This is just a quick background about the purpose and goals of the Equity Subcommittee. And then your focus areas are pretty easy. It's implement the strategic work plan that was approved several years ago, and evaluate and measure how NOACA policies and actions impact equity in Northeast Ohio. So as I mentioned, meeting agendas and materials will be crafted to accomplish the identified focus areas. And that's all. Just a quick update for you all.
Thank you. Next, we will go over the executive orders for addressing DEI. Bev?
Bev, is your mic on?
Okay, let's try that again.
There you go.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair and members of the subcommittee. I'm Bev Bertzloff. I am Associate Director of Government Affairs here at NOACA. And I have a very brief presentation on to go over sort of some of the recent executive orders, one in particular that has been put out by President Trump, and just to talk about where that stands at this point. No action is requested and there's no previous action. So on January 21st, President Trump issued Executive Order 14173 entitled Ending Illegal Discrimination and Restoring Merit-Based Opportunity. So it basically revoked some previous executive orders by past presidents that promoted diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, equity, and environmental justice. So this new executive order eliminates equity consideration in federal programs, policies, and personnel, funding and grants, and contracting. There are also other executive orders that have been released by the new administration that do impact NOACA's work as well, such as Unleashing American Energy. And the U.S. Department of Transportation and EPA have issued several directives to implement these executive orders. We're going to really focus on, though, that first one, ending illegal discrimination. So after that was issued, Baltimore filed a lawsuit to challenge the executive order, the city of Baltimore, and the U.S. District Court in Maryland blocked implementation. So then on March 14th, so that was appealed, and on March 14th, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Richmond, Virginia issued a stay, meaning that the administration could proceed with implementation pending further administration appeals. So, we kind of always knew there would be a lot of legal challenges and lawsuits. So we're following these closely. We're working with our partner MPOs across the country through our national organizations, AMPO and NARC, to sort of discern where things stand and what the actual impact of these executive orders will be on our work here at NOACA. There will be, I would think, further appeals, and it could take a while for these. And this isn't the only case. There are numerous cases, but this is the most significant one related to this executive order. And it's going to take a while for these cases to wind their way through the courts. So in the meantime, yes, there's a great deal of uncertainty, and we're trying to figure out whether we should, proactively take action or wait and see how these court cases turn out. Should we edit or amend current policies and practices, or really focus only on future documents and actions? Should or can we just shift our focus to things like, enforcing Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, looking at income and poverty criteria and how we award funding, looking at pavement infrastructure condition criteria, looking at rates of car ownership and related demographics, and looking at economic development and jobs as criteria for how we allocate funding. And it's important to remember that generally MPOs and communities that receive federal transportation dollars, they have to provide the initial funding or outlay for those programs and projects, and then seek reimbursement through ODOT or EPA or, whichever agency. So we want to be careful and seek clear guidance to ensure that we are complying with all federal funding requirements. And we will continue to monitor these directives and update the subcommittee as needed in these court cases. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there any effort right now to go through, if you go through the tip is filled with environmental justice types of criteria, social justice types of criteria for identifying projects and types of projects. And so is there any effort right now to star those, to evaluate what the impact would be to, if President Trump prevails in his executive order? And by the way, the Congress right now is considering making that law, backing up the executive order, because a lot of what the executive orders are to only hold until the next president. So they're now evaluating creating law that will, enshrine those, so to speak. I think it'd be responsible of this organization to tag all those projects and the impacts of those projects so we know what that is clearly.
So to answer that question, we are certainly ensuring that we are cognizant of anything moving forward and ensuring that we're able to, as you say, sort of star the projects should the legislation or should the executive orders prevail. But we have not done that yet with anything in the past. So with the tip, that has been a year in the making. So it would be really difficult to undo what we have done. But certainly, again, if the executive order prevails or if Congress passes the law, then we would immediately change the criteria.
And Jared, do you mind if I further? And so let me offer this to you, Grace. I appreciate what you're saying. There's a lot of work been put into the tip and so on and so forth. But the reality is, if the law says we've got to unwind some of that, then we have to unwind it. That's just the way that it is. But there may be, I make no bones about it, I'm a merit-based guy. In those projects, there's probably some merit-based criteria rather than the social justice criteria that can be used to defend those projects. And so we ought to be looking at that and saying, okay, of these projects that we put into the tip, which ones can we defend? If you've got money to spend, fill the potholes first, fix the bridges that are going to fall down, fix the roads that are falling apart, take a look at subjective criteria rather than, other kinds of criteria. And so is there any thinking about that?
Yeah, so to be clear, the majority of our criteria is very much based in condition, infrastructure condition, pavement conditions, access to major interstates, access to regional assets. So it is very much an objective data-driven process. When we look at EJ, environmental justice, it was if projects are within an EJ area, they would essentially be given some additional consideration, right? But by and large, the criteria that gets you to that point is objective data-driven criteria around the condition and the access.
So theoretically, an argument can be made for the existing projects in the tip because the environmental justice criteria, from a weighting perspective, may not have as much impact as some of the other criteria that we use to identify that project is important and deserving priority.
That would be correct.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to evaluate that. I'm sure you probably are.
Yeah.
And saying, these projects are good, and there may be one or two or a half a dozen or whatever projects that you just can't defend, and then,
Yeah,
I
would be
prepared to
surprised.
respond, so.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's not even one project that we can't defend.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Lou. I have been participated in this particular subcommittee in the past 2 years, not really as a former committee member, as a community member. In the last meeting, actually, we have discussed about the possibility of this situation. So I do appreciate the staff actually came up with all the possible focus we can shift to. From a community member's point of view, I wish there can be all of the above. Because the way we can do it is we don't use the name DEI, but we can continue the same work. NOACA has been helping to lift up all the communities. And so when we go to lots of the project, some of the communities do not have the resources on their own to even turn in applications to compete. That's why NOACA will actually help them out to explain the details to them and help them to fill out the application. And this is an important thing because if we don't continue doing this, all 5 counties' progress will all get interrupted. And this is the reason why I really think the focus all listed here should all be together, incorporated into our future work without using the name. In that case, we are not violating any executive orders or laws, but we can still continue our work to make sure all 5 counties, all the community in these 5 counties all have opportunities to actually get their project done. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Bev. If there aren't any more questions, we'll go on to the next one. Awesome.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Equity Strategic Work Plan Implementation from Compass Consulting.
Good morning. I'm Liz Roccaforte from Compass Consulting. I have with me, of course, Dr. Tamika Taylor.
Hold on, Liz, we can't hear you.
You cannot hear me at all?
No, we can hear you. Just speak up a little if you don't mind.
Sure. Good morning. Liz Roccaforte from Compass Consulting, and Dr. Tamika Taylor, President and CEO, Compass Consulting. We will get to talking about the strategic plan after a little bit further discussion. Our intention today is not to repeat the slides that came before us, but to dive a little bit deeper into some of what we understand and what the implications we see potentially happening for NOACA, and have a conversation about how to move forward. Is there any way we know who's in the room? We can't see anyone, so we don't know if there are 2 people there or 12 or 25. So is there, just so we have a grasp of who's in the room and how many people, is there any chance we can do either a quick round of introductions or somebody can at least let us know who's there.
Chair Aria Johnson, Greater Cleveland Partnership Vice Chair.
Grace Galucci, Executive Director.
Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs, NOACA.
Lou, Community Member.
Skip Claypool, Representative for Geauga County.
Mary Serby, I'm the Executive Director of the Cuyahoga County Planning Commission.
Keisha Chambers, Assistant Director, Mayor's Office of Capital Projects, City of Cleveland.
Good morning, Dr. Natoya Walker Minor, Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority.
Good morning, Morgan McIntosh, alternate for Commissioner Beveridge in Lake County.
Dawn Calvert, alternate for Mayor Kevin Brubaker, City of Elyria.
Good morning, Edwin Hubbard, Executive Director, Cleveland Branch, NAACP.
Derek Abney, alternate, NAACP.
Bishop Mabel, Chaplain, the College Sheriff Department, and
Microphone, sir.
Gerald Mabel, Chaplain of Lake College Sheriff Department, and NAACP Executive Committee Member.
Thank you.
Okay, is that everyone? I'm assuming,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, if you can go ahead to the next slide, please. You know who we are. We've been working with NOACA for almost a year now, I guess, a little bit, maybe 9 months. Started the process of applying for the RFP around this time last year. And looking forward to talking today. So, oops, if you're back to the agenda, like I said, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into some of the DEI landscape from our perspectives, impact on NOACA, discussion on policy changes with the subcommittee. And then we want to talk to you about a proposal for a slight shift in the workshop or training that we are retained to do for the equity subcommittee, and see what people think about that. So as you know, of course, this has already been said, there will be and are ongoing changes and uncertainties every day. Even with the DEI implications, seems like there's something new happening, shifting sort of legal challenges, etc. We really believe that careful planning is necessary, as has been discussed already today, to ensure NOACA operates within the new boundaries, executive orders, and laws. So I just want to review some of those and what we think are, from our perspective, the impact might be. So in addition to the ones that were already discussed, and please let me know, I'm not a lawyer, we are not attorneys. If there is something that needs more further explanation or is, there are people have more details about, please let me know. In addition to the DEI, the larger executive orders around DEI, there, of course, an executive order that was put in place by Clinton, which was this directed federal agencies to address disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects in minority and low income populations. So this was commonly understood to be around environmental justice. And Trump revoked that executive order and kind of put something in place. The order required agencies to terminate environmental justice offices and positions, equity action plans, and DEI related grants and contracts. Next, please. So from our perspective, the way, of course, we've already started talking about the EJ, the way in which NOACA uses EJ, according to this, and this revocation of that particular executive order put in place by Clinton has, to my knowledge, not been challenged. So this is going forward. It is saying that federal agencies must, of course, remove DEI-related positions and programs, and there are funding cuts potentially to environmental justice initiatives. And I don't know how quickly this will happen. We don't know if it's already happening, right? This is what we were talking about prior. it's unclear how the government's responsibility under Title II of the Civil Rights Act will be enforced under the directive to the environmental justice and DI initiatives. Next, please. I also want to note that, interestingly, the EPA has removed from their website the EJ Screen tool, which was used, based on my understanding, in a lot of different ways. The EJ Screen, my understanding is the EPA's primary EJ mapping platform, and it was on its website. Here's a screenshot. If you go to try to find it, it doesn't exist anymore. The tool has allowed users to conduct EJ analysis for different pollutants and populations on all these different levels. And I'm sure NOACA has its own way of determining EJ and isn't necessarily using this exact mapping platform. I just putting it up as sort of more, it might be of interest, right? Because these things are disappearing off of the government websites. If you go and you look at EJ, you type in EJ into the EPA, environmental justice, it's all historical, right? It's all historical documents, and it will say this document is no longer, says like usually this document is no longer in place. This is a historical document. And there's like this banner that will oftentimes come up when you type in environmental justice to alert the reader that this is no longer in place. Next. This has already been a little bit discussed too. Based on my understanding, U.S. Department of Transportation has requested removal of equity considerations and transportation funding. Again, this is not necessarily, hasn't been implemented, but this is where it's going. There's a rescission of policies promoting climate action and bike infrastructure. The Department of Transportation Secretary signed what was called the Woke Recession Memorandum, directing secretarial officers and heads of operating administrations to identify and eliminate all Biden-era programs, policies, activities, rules, and orders that promote all these things: climate change, activism, DEI, racial equity, gender identity, politics, environmental justice, etc. So, as was noted earlier, there is definitely a shift towards economic growth-based policies and decisions, and that is something that I think we need to hold on to. Next. This is the executive order that was already discussed. I'll just go into a little bit more detail. This is 13-13985. I think this is the same one. So elimination of federal DEI projects or programs. I think it's important to really look at the language because it's explicit. Terminate to the maximum extent allowed by law all DEI, DIA, environmental justice offices and positions, including but not limited to chief diversity officer positions, and all equity action plans, equity actions, initiatives, or programs, equity-related grants and contracts, and all DEI, DIA performance requirements for employees, contractors, and grantees. And this is from the White House's, like, this is literally quoted from the actual executive order. Okay, next.
Yeah, we have a question. Go ahead.
Sure.
Hi, Liz. It's Mary Serby from County Planning. I was just curious. I know this is probably for everything we're talking about, but a lot of it's government-funded agencies or government agencies. I guess, how does NOACA describe itself? Like, I know you receive federal funding, but is there kind of a category in which NOACA fits into besides just an MPO?
Yeah, we are a quasi-governmental agency, but we are funded by the federal government, but not considered part of the federal government. We are created by Congress, but again, the MPO is created by Congress, but we as an organization are more than that.
Great question.
But aren't we toothless if the funding is removed, federal funding? So if we don't comply with the executive's orders or law, then federal funding can be pulled, and that's what we exist on.
That is totally correct. We would not exist if we did not have federal funding.
Okay. All right. Next, please. This was already noted. February 2025, Maryland District Court blocked the enforcement. And then, of course, I think it was March 15th, the appeals court lifted that injunction, allowing the enforcement of that rule. There are going to be ongoing legal battles, implications for federal programs as they'll continue. for a long time, as was noted.
Liz, a quick question. Skip Claypool from Jaga County. I'm a little bit confused about where we are in all of this. So the appeal or the injunction was lifted.
It was.
So as it exists today, we must comply with the law.
It is it, I don't believe it's a law. And please help me, Liz, or other.
Executive order is a
Elizabeth,
pseudo law.
She's not, the compliance with the executive order, yes, is in effect. What is unclear to myself, and I'm an attorney, but I'm not NOAC's attorney, so this is also out of my purview, is how to comply with the executive order, even though these things also haven't been codified into law and regulation. So there's a little tension there happening right now.
But as an attorney, I'm not an attorney, but I've worked with an awful lot of attorneys in my life. From my understanding, executive orders serve the same purpose as law. So, I mean, I don't know the distinction between an executive order and something created by Congress. I've always had an issue with executive orders personally, but from what I understand, the executive order has the same weight and enforcement as law.
That's correct.
So, hi. Oh, Lou. go
Lou,
ahead.
Lou first. Executive order actually is a kind of law, has a time limit. It only exists when nobody takes that off. So that means 4 years later, if we have another person elected to be the president and this person doesn't want these things, these will be voided by the new executive, the new president.
But you can't ignore what exists today.
That was the reason why the last meeting at the end of last year, I suggested we take out the wording, but we can still continue doing the work.
I think that it's important to be careful around that too, because whatever the work is, there have been statements, and I believe it's in some of the executive orders, but not others, around making sure that there isn't coded work happening, right? And that's been explicit in executive orders. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree, but simply changing the name of a committee or of something else and continuing to do the exact same work underneath it that would, go against the executive order is probably not on the table from my perspective and our perspective, right? Because that is exactly what they're saying to kind of root out, right? Is it just simply changing of names, for instance. So I think that that's just something to hold there around this as well.
We have another question,
Which
Dr.
which
Walker.
which is why I think it's important, as the previous speaker spoke about, in terms of changing the focus, that if the focus is tilted or altered a little bit to fall within the language of what's acceptable, then absolutely you're doing some of the same work, but it's with a slightly different lens or focus.
Right.
Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, Dr. Taylor. So what I was gonna say, I was gonna make a couple points. It's my understanding that an executive order is a declaration from the president. It doesn't go through the legislative process, which is why they're numbered. And so certainly there are lots of rules around that. I'm not a lawyer, but I am a political scientist and just kind of been involved in this for my 35-year history. And so that's what there is. And that is why, a reason why there's so many lawsuits, because it's not legal. It's a declaration. The second point that I was going to make, the gentleman to my left, I think he raised a great point in terms of, what do we, the whole idea of going through the awards and the dollars to look at those that have this language around environmental justice. I think that's a good strategy in a way that we begin to think about this work from the purview of economic growth. Because to Grace's point, this work was occurring prior to the name of DEI. She said that a number of times. Today is not the first time she said that. And I think this whole body would say that that is what the role of this work is. I think that from my perspective, and one of the things that I have been championing in my role here as I navigate and become comfortable to the extent I can, being a subcommittee of the policy committee, is the whole role around the conditions and making the decisions on the investments based on the decisions, the infrastructure conditions that come down to income and poverty. And you don't have to call that environmental justice. Those are words that came up in the Biden administration and have been really floated from the Clinton administration. You know, we're going back 30 years. But when we, as decision makers of the investment, make our decisions, if we make our decisions based on economic growth, which I believe that's where Dr. Taylor and Liz were going, that then is exactly why I'm here. I'm not here for DEI. I've never been here for DEI because I've lived DEI my entire life. My ancestry. It's a thing. DEI became a thing in May 2020, but it's something that I've lived like my entire life and generations have. I am here for fairness and equity and opportunity around economic growth opportunity. That's principally what I stand on when I'm here in this room. And I think that as we think about, and I don't think we should move fast. I think that as we think about if we change the name, what the name becomes, I think it comes back to some of the things that are the foundation for NOACA. And that is income, poverty, but more than anything, the infrastructure, the conditions of the infrastructure, and ensuring that the conditions of the infrastructure are fairly awarded. So whether it's my same example, Avon or Maple, is fairly objective so that the economic conditions of the region can all grow so that the on and off ramps in Maple or Garfield or Buckeye have the same opportunity as Avon, or same thing for Elyria. That may be a better example between Avon and Elyria, because I don't know, it may be a 10-mile radius difference between the two, but the access to the on and off ramps between the two is severely different. And so when we look at the conditions, when the dollars come, automatically Elyria should be on there because we can see where the limitations are from the infrastructure as compared to its peer and sometimes contiguous communities.
Go ahead, Lou. Thank you, Dr. Walker Minor. You explained the things I said earlier because I know everybody has their opinions. I did not want to take too much time. So you offered a good example. That's what I meant by not using the name, still doing the work. We are not cheating. We are still trying to get all the progress we can get in our region of 5 counties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I can't tell if there are any other questions, so or comments. If not, we can move forward to the next slide.
Yeah. Go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. So all the suggestions that we have, not all of them, but some of them are assess if and how NOACA can continue equity-focused work within new legal constraints, of course, identify areas where the equity subcommittee can contribute and collaborate with stakeholders to navigate policy shifts. I'd like to move to the next slide because I think we've kind of talked about this. We were retained, part of our contract was to do a workshop that was to focus on equity in the context explicitly. All the concepts, we did all the work around coming up with vocabulary, so that everyone was using the words with a common understanding of their definitions. And we were going to go dive deeper into that. In addition, the strategic plan, or the strategic goals, I should say, that NOACA Equity Subcommittee had created in 2023 upon our review, and I'm open to hearing other ideas. It does not seem that those strategic goals within this current political landscape are, it would be wise to continue them in the exact same way, right? So we had come up with all these frameworks and different directions before everything happened for those strategic goals. And our recommendation is, in essence, to have a different training or workshop that the purpose of it is to explore potential impact and opportunity for the subcommittee, or a different subcommittee that is created around economic opportunity to everyone has said exactly what we're discussing, right? Which is to get at the heart of what the equity subcommittee really was there to do. These terms have been sort of hijacked, and the actual content of what DEI is what has been discussed already, right? It's about giving opportunity for economic growth. And so economic growth is what this committee has been discussing all along, right? The terms around it, et cetera, they've been, politicized and sort of demonized. So if we do this workshop with this subcommittee and or others involved with NOACA, to talk about and dive deeper than we have time to go into today, what legal compliance would look like, what are the actual alternative approaches, and what is the strategy, the new strategy? So to create a different roadmap for these initiatives that we have been working so diligently on. That is our recommendation for moving forward. And that's why you don't see our, as it was posted in the agenda, our sort of our roadmap for the previous or past strategic goals, because we don't think that as they stand right now, it really would be a good use of time to go further down that road, if that makes sense. And I think that is it for us. And we were going to open it up to discussion based on some of these questions or other comments or questions around this. I think the big question is, how can we comply while addressing community needs? And that has always been what the subcommittee has been discussing, right? What are the community needs, and how do we do that, within this new framework? Be very careful, and to really comply with where we're at right now. We can't change the landscape. That's impossible, right? But we can pivot to fit within it to the best of our ability. Are there other partnerships that we can utilize in the community, in advancing economic equity, or whatever we want to call it, right? How can the subcommittee contribute to these goals, and how do we communicate NOACA's commitment to stakeholders? And that is kind of where we ended for today. So I open it up for conversation, unless there are other directions people want to go around the future and what that subcommittee and or people who are seated who work at NOACA believe, think, and want to see.
That's good.
Okay, let me offer something to you. First of all, I'm not a big equity supporter. You might have picked up on that. I'm more of a merit-based guy. To the young lady's comments down here, she and I are in complete agreement on a couple of things. And thank you for your compliment earlier. But here's where we can agree. In a merit-based world, those challenges with the off-ramp that you talked about, if a proper case is created, that case will win. The problem is government typically chooses, and this is not just in the equity world, on a lot of various things, government uses bad criteria, which create bad criteria outcomes. And if you look at Akron, years and years ago, they created a road plan that was an utter disaster. So what happened? They had to reinvest and undo all those bad decisions that they had made in the past because they weren't using subjective, merit-based kinds of criteria to make the decision process. if we shifted our thinking from an equity thinking to a merit-based thinking and create cases around merit, the outcomes can be the same. If there's low-income communities that we want to serve, there's certainly a case, because oftentimes their roads are the worst. The off-ramps are the worst. The situation is not good. And so we create a merit-based case why we need to invest in that community, rather than just saying because, well, you know, it's not fair. The fair criteria is not a subjective criteria. And so that's the case that I would make, is that there's a way to do it. Let's just shift our thinking on how we present the case. Yes. I mean, there's a merit-based case that you can create to have the outcomes what you want, but you have to fight at the table. That's, you know, in the Darwinian world, the strongest survive. Will become, you know, exercise your brain pan a little bit and come up with good good cases. And I think that we'll have good outcomes, because in a competitive world, the strongest end up on top, and that's a good thing.
Other thoughts?
I'm sorry. I was saying that's only if the starting point is the same, and disinvestment is extremely real. And the main thing that surprises me the most is the weaponization of the verbiage. This is the American language, and the word equity now incites so many emotions. But it is an American word, and it is a word that was created to describe disinvestment and lack of equity or lack of investment. And so I think we're saying the same thing from the context of where and when investments occur, if and when the starting point is the same.
That political science is wicked.
I agree.
I just had a quick point. I would echo the comments on waiting just to see, because in taking in the conversation here and talking about the mission of NOACA, and for those that don't know, I'm relatively new to this process and being involved in NOACA meetings. I think you're going to need to wait and see how, I think it's advisable to wait and see how some of this plays out, because even some of the things that you're talking about now is putting metrics on the table. You wouldn't want to start going down a road and then sort of find out that, oh, we kind of went into a place where it's still a gray area or it's a deal. It would be, as the legal process, I'd sit back and wait, you know, see as much guidance as possible, and then take a look at the intention of the committees and the different things, the work that is done by this organization, and pivot based on that guidance. I think to try to be ahead of it is probably cautious. I think the recommendation of assessing where some of these projects are and what the threat is and how much of them, you know, might need some additional looking at or justification or review, but to walk too far out with things where they are, I think it's best to sit and wait and see what guidance comes forward.
Go ahead, Lou.
I would thank Walter, Mr. Claypool, and also Ms. McIntosh. However, lots of the proposals, they have to match application deadlines. This is the reason why we have to be a little bit more proactive. We cannot completely wait. I mean, wait and see. Of course, definitely that's safe. We don't want to be sorry later. However, all these deadlines are still going. So we do have to consider if there's anything we can do from now on to help that out. We need that balance. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And I would just offer, you know, as a member of this subcommittee, a member of the policy committee and planning and programming, I mean, there are scoring criteria for all projects that are approved. The equity, environmental justice is a very small component of that. So I would agree with Grace's statements earlier that they are merit-based, they are pavement rating conditions, they are whatever it may be, but it is only a component, one component of the overall scoring. And so I think in this case of this subcommittee, which has been meeting for, a couple of years now, really trying to figure out how can we ensure, as to Dr. Natoya's point of ensuring that we're not just doing the same projects in the same areas all the time. A lot of times communities where there has been disinvestment don't have the staff to even apply for some of these fundings. And so working in those communities to say, how can we help? And this is a program that may fit. I mean, that's the extension of our support in areas that sometimes can't help themselves. And so I think that was where this equity subcommittee wanted to ensure that decisions were made with that being part of the discussion. So I would not say there's any projects on these lists that are just for environmental justice or just for equity, in my opinion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Skip.
Do you mind if I ask a question? So, Ms. McIntosh?
No,
that's
Mr.
Oh, Ms.
Dr.
Minor?
Warren.
Okay, I'm sorry. There were two comments I need to get clarification on. First of all, I don't understand the concept of starting point. I don't know what you're even talking about with that. Secondly, Mary, you had talked about the fact that some communities don't have the ability to be able to move the projects forward because they don't have the talent in-house to be able to do that. Okay. And rather than dealing with from an equity standpoint, NOAC is in place, has all these high-paid planners who can enable communities without those resources to put their project on the table and create the case necessary to move it forward to completion or success to compete with all the other projects. Take the equity criteria off the table. Let's apply a different set of thinking to it and have more resources put into helping those communities that they don't have the resources to be able to do that kind of stuff. And that's part of why NOACA exists, is because it has those planning resources to be able to help those communities.
I think, right. I mean, we don't have to call it equity. I mean, I don't think NOACA staff is going to spend time going out to Avon and asking them if they need help for applying for, a project application because they've got staff there. We're talking about in East Cleveland, who does not have, just now has an interim mayor, where NOACA staff, it's not saying like, oh, we're going to check the box for equity. It's like, this community needs help. Their roads are in horrible condition, their signalization, whatever it may be, that they're going out and helping them figure out what program they should best apply for in order to get on it, not because of equity, but because of conditions in that community where investment has not happened.
Yeah, but NOACA does, I'm sorry. NOACA doesn't take care of all the roads. They only take care of federalized roads. In Geauga County, townships pay for their own roads. We have levies. Geauga County, the county has levies. Our county commission or county engineer takes care of all the county roads. NOACA doesn't take care of any of those roads, with the exception of federalized roads that have projects that we make a request for grants. Generally speaking, 95% of the projects in Geauga County, we take care of. Same thing with other cities. East Lake, if they've got roads, they have taxes, they have income tax, they have sales tax, whatever. It's their responsibility to take care of their own infrastructure, with the exception of those federalized highways.
Dawn, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I thought you stated it beautifully about the words we're using. I'm curious to know, where we've talked about equity and that has a certain connotation for certain people. And Mr. Claypool, you've said merit. I'm wondering if you have some examples of what you mean by merit, what you would like to see in applications. And I'm wondering if we are considering those things just through a little bit of a different lens.
So merit is what I think we do a lot of in the WAC anyway. So a lot of the criteria are subjective. How many potholes are there? How bad's the road? What's the lifespan of a bridge? Is it cracking? Is it, at a risk of falling down tomorrow, or will it last for another 5 years? There's a whole set of criteria used to measure our infrastructure and to determine from a priority perspective where it should fall in the list of getting funding. And then there's other criteria of possibly fairness, how much money has been given to Lake County versus Lorain County versus Medina County. I don't know how much of that comes into play. But the merit-based criteria is a subjective criteria. I mean, at the end of the day, roads last whatever they last, 2 years, 5 years, depending on where they're located. And so that's put into a plan. We already know, if you talk to the county engineer, a road when it's put in has a lifespan. We know that going in. There may be some weather impacts on the road, so it degrades a little bit sooner. And you can monitor that and throw that into the criteria from a funding perspective. So that's all the subjective merit-based criteria that you use to do a plan. Then you got X amount of dollars. Well, if you have X amount of dollars, you've got to have priorities in your project list. What is that? What are the amount of projects that you could fund with the dollars that you have? And so you kind of overlay one to the next. If there's a community, and this, back to the discussion that we're having here, on helping communities that don't maybe have the resources or the talent or whatever the case is to compete equally, we can help them with that. I think we've got NWACA planners who might be able to help, or we can identify other resources for them, because that's a real need. And by the way, as another criteria, I mean, I've been in the political world and been monitoring the political world for a really long time. It's unfortunate. We have some township trustees, some mayors, some city councilmen that are just incompetent. They have no idea how to manage projects, how to put things into a plan, how to move their projects forward, how to lobby organizations like NWACA. So one community may be having a shortcome just politically because they're not able to compete. They picked the wrong people. People elected the wrong people. That has to go through a cycle, because over time you'll see that. And then you'll correct that situation. The new person coming in will hopefully manage their financials better, manage the situation better. So it's very complicated. I get that. But I think that outcomes are better when you can apply a subjective thinking to it rather than softy feeling kind of criteria to it. So.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question? When you say it's subjective, what you listed to me sounds objective. Are you talking about can you explain how subjective works? Is because objective to me is like numbers, right? Statistics, etc. How are those numbers of potholes and so forth subjective? Or are they, in my mind, that's what I was thinking. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the whole point, right? Of how you're describing merit-based.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, and I was a township trustee for a while, I was a county commissioner for a while. And so if I talk to my county engineer, he's got a whole plan he's laid out. He knows which roads he's going to have to work on he's got a cycle. So every 5 years he goes back and he crack seals the road, or he replaces the road, or whatever the case is. He's measured or scored each of the bridges we have. What's the life cycle on the bridge? They go out periodically and check the concrete, make sure it's not falling apart. If it is, then they have somebody come out and do an analysis on it to see if the deterioration has reached a point where they have to replace it. So now he puts that into his list of projects that they have to consider. And eventually the infrastructure gets to a point where you have to do something because it's a safety issue. And so you go out begging, borrowing, stealing, raising taxes, because we always have the opportunity to go back to our voters if need be, and raise the taxes. In Chesterland, where I live, we've done that periodically. Our road crew has needed more money because the infrastructure needed a little extra work and so forth. So they make adjustments. That's all subjective stuff. That's just, you put it in an Excel spreadsheet or whatever tool you use, and you go through the process of evaluating where you want to apply your money, because it's not an unlimited resource. Taxpayers don't have unlimited dollars to give away for government to be able to just spend it wherever they want to spend it.
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about by a subjective criteria. All this other stuff is when you make a play that's not subjective, then there's always the risk that you're taking money from projects that are based on a subjective criteria for some other reason.
So let me just clarify so subjective to me means based on personal opinion, but that's how I understand.
Or objective. I'm sorry, I'm using the term wrong. Yeah, I meant to be using objective, not subjective. So.
Okay, because I think that's a really important in that distinction. I just want to make sure it's
I apologize. That's
no, that's fine. That's fine. That's all I wanted to make sure. And then I think from, our perspective, kind of what you're describing around assisting, communities that maybe in some political, they don't have the leadership in the moment, or there's other issues and how they're, what kind of capacity they have, and the assistance to bring them up to the same level so that it can apply and be looked at in an objective manner. is, you can call it, I guess, whatever that is. But from my perspective, I mean, we don't want to call it, but that is kind of where I think of equity. Like I think of equity as, the curb cuts, you know what curb cuts are, right? And as far as crosswalks, right? So that isn't giving anyone an advantage. It's saying it's making it accessible for someone with a different ability level, right? So if someone in a wheelchair everyone should be able to have the ability to step up on or to be able to get onto the sidewalk after crossing. That is an example in my mind of equity. So I think part of it is the way that the language has been weaponized, and so I fully agree with you about that. I think that creating ways for communities that don't have the resources to get just to even be able to apply is something that would be really helpful. And that NOACA probably, if they don't do that already, might be something that they can do.
Can you name one community that's restricted from applying? Everybody, there isn't one community that I can think of in all of northeastern Ohio that doesn't have the same ability to put their projects in the TIP report to be able to compete for the dollars. Not one that I know of. And if there is, then tell me that, because they're breaking the law. And so from a fairness perspective, every community has an equal opportunity to be able to submit their projects, to put their projects, unfortunately, some county engineers, years ago before Grace got here, the county engineers all used to get in a room and they throw all their projects into a hat and then they kind of fight it out. Some projects weren't shovel ready. They just weren't ready to have the funding. So they were good projects. They probably had the worst bridge, but the county engineer was incompetent. He didn't put his project together correctly, so he didn't get his project funded. Sorry, hire competent people. They can put their projects into the list and do it in a way that it can compete effectively. Everybody has the same opportunity. If what you're saying is we're going to take that incompetent engineer and we're going to lift that guy up, no, that's up to the voters to correct that situation, not up to NOACA.
Yeah, just for clarification, it wouldn't be an example that I would use to talk about fairness. That's not what I'm saying, but yeah.
If I could make a recommendation, if we could get back to the presentation, I know we have an allotted amount of time. If we could get back to the presentation and get through the presentation. As a member, I think this was a good conversation. We certainly hear where different people are in their perspectives. I think that Mr. McIntosh made a great point in terms of as we listen and wait to see what happens. I think that was part of the presentation that Bev shared as well. We have a lot of work to do within this committee. We need to be sure when we're using these terms that we're using them accurately so that we are articulate in our language. And I would also ask, to the extent possible, that we don't denigrate any past or present leaders in our conversation as we move forward. We are the leaders around the table now, and I think that we have to make our decisions, discussions, and recommendations to NOACA in the structure that we have that works for this organization.
Thank you. Lou, did you have a comment?
I do appreciate Mr. Poole giving us a good guideline here. However, I think the mayor in Timberlake, Lake County will say no to what you just said. 2 years ago, he actually came to NOACA to complain that there was no resources for them to even submit applications.
Yeah, I know John well.
Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you, by the way, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Is that the end? Liz,
So
are there any?
the one question, where to next now? We've had a nice presentation, so where to next?
Right. So that is, I think that should be the end of our presentation, was to have the dialogue, as we were brought in as consultants just to help you figure out where to go with this committee. And, obviously it's taken a different turn than when we were hired. So we want to, keep working and have the discussions. And I guess the question that does not need to be answered at this moment, but is on the table for us is, would it be useful? And we hope it would be to create a workshop or a training that has to do with furthering the discussion around this equity subcommittee. And then I agree, the wait and see, there is so much, it's a ever-changing landscape, right? So I think you could do both. I don't think it's an either or. I think you could keep the conversation going within NOACA and, keep an eye on what's happening. So that is all for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to our reports and updates. Are there any reports and updates for the subcommittee today? All right. So is there any old business? Any new business?
May I? I just want to thank everyone for coming today, getting us a quorum, being able to do some business and having a good conversation. Thank you very much for your time and your participation.
If there's no other new business, we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 11:18. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all for a lively discussion.
Thank you, Liz and Tamika.
It's just that I had to be here this morning.
and the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council meeting to order. It's 11:34 a.m. Can we please stand and take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance? And why is my phone ringing? Okay. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the Thank you. In compliance with of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, are there any new members of the committee or any of the committees that are attending for the first time today? All right, if you are a new member, can you just briefly just introduce yourself and just say who you represent?
Hi, my name is Andrew Vitality. I'm on the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, and I'm here representing Lorain County, appointed by the Lorain County Commissioners.
Great, thank you. I think I saw another hand.
Yeah, that would be me. My name is Elena Statue. I'm here with the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, and I am the founder and principal of a small social impact environmental services firm called Adenium Consulting. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
And I'm David Lucas. I'm here from the city of Cleveland. I'm Deputy Director of Business Growth.
Hi, David. All right.
Morgan McIntosh, I'm a trustee out in Concord Township, alternate for Commissioner Beveridge from Lake County.
Okay, welcome. Morgan and I have been here since what, 8:30 this morning? All right. The next item is approval of the minutes. Right now, we do have a quorum of the Community Advisory Council. And so based on that, I'd like a motion to approve, let me be clear, minutes from December 6, 2024, September 27, 2024, June 21st, 2024, March 22nd, 2024, December 8th, 2023, September 22nd, 2023, June 23rd, 2023, March 31st, 2023, December 2nd, 2022, September 23rd, 2022, June 24th, 2022, and March 25th, 2022. Is there a motion?
Make that motion. That's why we're having
Okay.
lunch.
Okay, so Chair made the motion, Chair of the committee.
I second.
Yeah. All right, there's a first and second. Any discussion? I'm gonna just take a second to just highlight. These committees used to meet independent. And maybe a year or so ago, I think we all voted to join the meeting and meet together because we want to hear each other, what's going on in different committees. What that has done, though, however, is cause an issue where we still have to have a quorum of those individual committees. And so I'll probably talk to Grace and then all the other chairs of the committee, so maybe we can do something to send something out to try to encourage all members to participate. Number one, but number two, so when you see all the committees have that many minutes, because they're combined meetings that need to be approved. And so as chair of the Small Business Committee committee, I'd least like ours to be approved by the end of the year if possible. So, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Wait, there's more.
Once they vote on it, then we're gonna do it, ELAC.
Okay, oh, so we have another one. So all in favor of approving the Community Advisory Council, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right. Okay, so, okay, Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. There is a quorum, so we are voting on, if I can have a motion to approve the minutes of the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council from
I'll make,
December 6, 2024, September 27, 2024, June 21st, 2024, December 8th, 2023, September 22nd, 2023, June 23rd, 2023, March 31st, 2023, December 2nd, 2022, September 23rd, 2022, June 24th, 2022, and March 25th, 2022. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. All right. So, Marvin. Okay, so there's a first, there's a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council minutes passed. I really don't want to turn this over to anybody else, so please, let's get these other committee meetings done in the future. That would be good. And just so everybody know, I read the dates for the record. Okay. Okay, we did all that. All right, public comments on the agenda items. Has anyone signed in to speak today? All right, no? Okay, so we will move on. The chair's report, I actually do not have a chair's report other than to say it is so fantastic to see so many people here today. I believe I was chair when we started these committees, and part of the reason was to engage the community and bring them to the table so that when NOACA had information that they had to take out to the community, we didn't have to go around and scrounge. We have committees at the table. And so it's a personal thing. I missed a few days myself last year just due to health stuff. But these committees are actually extremely important. As we were saying the Pledge of Allegiance today, it really hit home how important these committee meetings are. And so if you know somebody on the committee, please do me a favor. Next month, bring a committee member with you because the work that NOACA does here is so vital, so important. A lot of people don't realize NOACA is one of the most important economic development engines in this area. It is our MPO. And so having these committees at the table, I think is fantastic. So thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the executive director, and I'm sure she has a report.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, all of you, for attending today. It's great to see this many people here, and it was great to get the minutes passed. All right, so I do have an agenda for you today, which was the same executive director's report I gave to the board 2 weeks ago. And the agenda focuses on communications and outreach, legislative and funding issues, the overall work program, and some announcements. So for communications and outreach, there were a number of articles that came out, generally very positive about work that we are doing. Was that included in their packet? Okay, we should probably include it in their packet in the future. We'll include these in your packet in the future. So you can link to them if you'd like. But one of the highlights there was that transportation budget at the state level was eyed for e-check workaround, and I'm sorry to report that the e-check workaround made it through the legislators. And so at this point, we do not have as robust of an e-check program as we previously had. Legislative and funding issues, we went to Washington. NOACA went to Washington. So myself and Bev Bertzloff, our government affairs associate director, as well as our chair, Chris Ronayne, the executive of Cuyahoga County. We were in Washington March 4th through the 5th. We had Capitol Hill meetings with members of Congress or their staff, Chantel Brown, Dave Joyce, Marcy Kaptur, Bob Lotta and Max Miller. We also were there for the Ohio's 222nd birthday celebration, as well as the Great Lakes Day on March 6th. Some of the things that we did at the state level, we submitted testimony for several hearings on the topics of safety, passenger rail, transit funding, E-check, brownfield revolving funding, transportation revenue, and the interchange policy. There was also an All Aboard Ohio March 5th event at the State House that we supported. The I-71 Boston Road interchange. I'm happy to report that this issue has been resolved. So the initial enactment in 2023, which was the last transportation budget, had a provision to place interchanges with a formula between two counties, X population in this county, X population in the adjoining city. That really was not what NOACA wanted to stay in legislation. We supported the repeal through the biennial transportation. Last year, it was re-added, and at this point, it has been repealed. It's in the final version that was approved by both chambers and sent to Governor DeWine for signature. So at this point, we are ready to go on that item. We await his signature. I think it's due Monday. And at that point, this has been a hot item for NOACA for the last couple of years and has finally come to resolution. Overall work program. We've had a number of engagements and meetings that we've attended and participated in. Access Ohio 2050 Steering Committee, that's through ODOT. NOACA testimony before the House Senate Transportation Committee on HB 54 202627. That was, of course, is the biennial transportation budget. Downtown Cleveland Alliance, their DCIC meeting, which we are part of because we own this building in downtown. Team NEO for their ED Now conference was held in North Canton and was mentioned earlier in Washington with the executive. A couple of announcements. The congestion mitigation and air quality program. The application round is now open. I've mentioned this in the meetings today, so those of you that have heard it 3 times, I'm sorry. But the application round is now open. Eligible projects are those such as vehicle updates, bicycle pedestrian facilities, traffic signal timing. The idea is to relieve congestion and improve air quality. There is probably about $15 million available for projects, so please help us get the word out. There is a webinar on April 9th and applications are due on May 2nd. All the information is on our website. Also, climate pollution reduction grants. This is through the $1 million that we received a year and a half ago for the climate pollution reduction grant program, or from that program. And the idea here is that we are going to be soliciting applications from organizations in Geauga, Lake, Lorain, and Medina counties. This program does not require you to be a governmental entity, so you can be a nonprofit and apply for the funding. The applications are due April 14th, and the details can be found on our website. And one more program that we are soliciting applications for, and that's our enhanced mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. So that provides support to transportation providers who offer coordinated transportation services for seniors and individuals with disabilities. We have $5 million available. This also, although we do spend a significant amount of the funding on transit agencies, you do not have to be a governmental entity for this either. So you can be a nonprofit and request vans for your programs. This is due April 11th. And that is my presentation.
All right, thank you. Before we move into the staff presentations, are there any chairs of the Business Advisory Council, Community Advisory Council, Rural Advisory Council, or Emerging Leaders Advisory Council? Do you have any reports that you need to share? All right, great. We're going to keep it moving. All right. Action items. There are no action items for our combined meeting today. But we will have some presentations from the team here at NOACA. And so looks like Danielle has already grabbed the microphone, so we'll just turn it on over to you, Danielle.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. So this presentation would be on our calendar year external affairs focus areas. So NOACA's Public Affairs Division conveys all information and insight into how we interface with our external and internal audiences. So we're always aiming to enhance the understanding of our agency and the policies that affect our stakeholders and the general public. And we're always actively seeking to elevate our presence and mission by connecting to within our focus areas with the general public and connecting the region with the priorities that are set forth. So within this presentation, the focus areas are developed to ensure the efficient and effective development and implementation of our agency's communications and outreach efforts. And we're also looking to show you how we're ensuring that the agency's outreach and core missions of transportation, air quality, and water quality are all met. And the proposed areas are concentrating on communications, outreach, policy, education, and advocacy initiatives. These are all outlined in the External Affairs Charter. Our ongoing key focus is continuing our public involvement priorities for the ENEO 2050 Plus Long Range Plan, as well as to enhance the outreach and building consensus with our stakeholders and general public. So these next focus areas I'll be presenting are what the External Affairs Committee approved in January of this year. And of these proposed areas, some of them are directed by public affairs, some of them are co-lead, and then you can see who's leading it. Public affairs is very intricately involved with all of this information as it interfaces with messaging, communications and marketing, and outreach throughout our service areas. Some of the proposed areas that were discussed and approved were advocacy and marketing for climate and clean energy and investments, including our electrical vehicle charging stations and no idling programs, engaging the emerging leaders advisory councils and our IIJA, which you see are the leads or our executive affairs. Brand identity, content marketing to vast audiences, and communication messaging, really looking at the impact of the work that we do, bringing public awareness through different assets and tools, platforms that we're using, advancing the participation for the development of the climate pollution reduction planning, and elevating our outreach for our van pool, work accessibility, mobility to our GoHio commute platforms. And all of that is connected through our other divisions, strategic environmental planning, our transportation planning and environment, as well as our programming. And also develop County Pacific engagement activities, again, for our long range plan, ENEO 2050 Plus, and our transportation improvement program. And also creating a structured messaging platform to alert communities on all our regional issues. So there's traditional methods and non-traditional methods that we use. We're also looking to build stakeholder partnerships through our Community Affairs Division, and that is a one-person operation at this time that is really looking at the connections to the community and checking the pulse of what's going on and making sure that we're building capacity so organizations and groups that are not familiar with NOACA could start working with us and partnering with us. And we're also looking to produce speaker forums to build awareness and advocacy around our priority projects and programs. And we've already conducted our first public affairs forum this year on March 20th. And also looking at how we're translating our languages and making language and other accessibilities to those that are looking at our collateral material and our website. So we've done this in many ways with our public affairs strategies to define the narrative and advancing our missions and goals. We're also looking to target strategic influencers, working with leaders as yourself and identifying and cultivating relationships. We also conduct a lot of data, formally and informally, to really gauge the opinions and identify the messages that are resonating and aligning with the work that we do, and communicate with our constituents directly. So there's owned and placed paid advertisement, there's social media, online platforms, but there's that traditional face-to-face as well as non-traditional engagement. And we're also developing and maintaining a field effort, as I mentioned, of community affairs and outreach. So some of the ways that we're doing that, and we have done in 2024, we're really looking to do this and elevating it more in 2025. So many of you know that we have a new logo. So we've done quite a bit of brand awareness and identity throughout our service area. And you'll see that from our collateral materials as well as our brand identity throughout is very cohesive. So from our campaign marketing drivers, this has really helped us broaden who we are and really elevating the messages on the work that we do. And so there's social media, there's video, and looking at our digital platforms. Again, there's the traditional and non-traditional methods that we've been using cohesively. We're also looking at our podcast that we've done and revamping that with our long-range plan and our climate action planning. There's collateral material with cohesive branding, and then our interactive kiosks. We have 2 large interactive kiosks that we use as traveling displays. We're using them at libraries, and we've had them out this last round for 14 libraries. We're going to do a second round when we do our long-range plan. We're really trying to connect people and bring public awareness with the work that we were doing. And so we had a lot of information on a public comment periods for our transportation improvement program, which has worked very well. And we've also looked at radio ads and billboards, really those evergreen type messages that speaks to the identity and the work that NOACA has done, and looking at calendar events and our websites, and just really looking at our marketing assets and how we could broaden our message throughout the communities. And we've been able to do that with quite a bit of planning. We have our Mind Mixer platform, which has an engagement discussion. We use it heavily for our fiscal year 2024 and 2025, and we'll still do that. And on Mind Mixer, there are questions that are put out with the work that we do, whether it's long-range plan or our climate action planning, which has been the staple of what we've been talking about for the last couple of years. We pose questions during the time of the process and development and planning and look to get feedback on that. We have at all times about 475 active members when we engage from a subscriber list, and we've had as much as 700. The other is looking at other campaigns or Community Choice Awards. We've created campaigns. Last year, Rethink Your Route. We'll have new campaigns again for our Community Choice Awards. And then looking at our campaigns for carbon-free challenges. And so we have 4 every year, and these are some of the collateral materials that were posted. And this time we worked with our radio stations and television stations, again, to broaden the messaging of what we had. And this is one of the television promotions that we had.
Challenge starting October 1st. Register online, then hike, walk, bus, carpool, or telecommute. Log your trips and be eligible for great prizes. Don't book sustainable transportation this October. It could be a hot and a good time.
And we've also looked at campaigns for Air Quality Week, Bike Month in May, and Earth Day, which are coming up in April and May. So we have some really great and new type of messages in the areas that you see here, as well as our campaign on safety awareness, Pedestrian Safety Month, and we have a new billboard campaign on safety, dealing with auto and traffic and injuries. So I showed a lot of those because I wanted you to see that these are some of the things that we've done to elevate our messaging. And we've had tremendous success with the use of a lot of the non-traditional methods recently, and we have received the return on investment. We've had our digital platforms, and we do look at all of our analytics, and we've had over a 70% overall increase. And our impressions across all our platforms really boasted 5.8 million impressions, which is really high for us and a great success rate to see how and where our messages are going, how we're building partners, how we're increasing our subscribers list. Our website visitors has increased more than 42%, and even our social media exposure is up to 64%. And with that and the evergreen messages, we have a record number of media calls. And so what's great about that, they're not calling about issues, they're calling about what could we do to work with you or partner with you or sponsor a lot of the programs that we're talking about. And that's a boost for us to really collaborate and make sure that we're increasing and broadening our message across our service areas. And these are 2 of the billboards that we recently have done. And we have a new safety billboard that's on our website that you can see. It's at 14 locations right now, but you can see from our first, we had over 1 million impressions. And our second billboard, we had over 1.3. And here are some of the samples of the billboards that we've had that have been successful for us. And so we'll continue to do this work and identify other types of assets and approaches that we can do to align with the focus areas for the External Affairs Committee.
All right, thank you. Great presentation. I'll open up for any comments or questions. I'll just start with one. The one thing that I think we could probably look at in terms of advertisement, it's like one of the little things that you're like, oh, why didn't we do that? Is with our transit agencies. I think you'll get a lot of good, for people that are riding the bus, that's inside the bus. It just may be a good way to really hit that home a little bit. So that would be the only comment I had. Other than that, I thought it was a really good presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair.
A question related to how you engage kind of like neighborhood-based organizations that are really close, much closer to residents. So I'm thinking of the Neighborhood Leadership Institute or CNP, I know has a program that was started by former Mayor Mike White. How do you engage those organizations to potentially drive attendance or traffic to these different vehicles you have to get the word out?
That's a good question. So our community-based messages are really about how do we elevate our messages with those that we are already partnering with. And so a lot of the communications that we do with our stakeholders are a little different than the marketing. So if we have specific programs or specific campaigns that are going on, it's very intentional. And so we do look at the analytics, we look at where we are located with messaging with these organizations. So if there's a project, a planning project or engineering or anything that we're doing, we're focused within that area. So there's intentional type of assets that will go out, imaging, graphics, messaging, that's cohesive to an entire campaign, but it may be specific for those organizations. When you ask about the organizations that you mentioned, that would be part of our community affairs function. So we do send information out to talk about the work that we do and see if there's any collaborations on those things. Commuter Choice Award is one of them. So it really depends on what organizations are interested in and how they want to collaborate with us. I think that there is mass communications that we send out. There's marketing influencers or things that we do, but we really have to start looking at how do we partner with agencies that want to work with us that are very similar. I think there's hundreds and thousands of organizations, and there are some that we tap in that are more economic development. So if there's economic development issues or trends that we're talking about, then that is how we're going to connect with organizations. If we're talking about air quality, if we're talking about reducing carbon emissions from reduction, there are certain organizations that we would target for that. If we're talking about smarter commute choices, which is some of the things that we're doing in community affairs, then that's a different approach. So it's very intentional.
Absolutely. Andrew?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just had two quick questions. First off, did the External Affairs Committee find that there were any specific challenges with marketing, or is it just kind of a general, we need to get the word out more?
I think that if we look at the charter, and the Charter for External Affairs is to ensure that we are communicating the work that we do here at NOACA, that we're building capacity. And so it is not just, as in the presentation, the focus areas is not just public affairs, but it's all the divisions that we have and how each of our divisions are touching communities and how we're interfacing with them. I think from an operational side, that External Affairs Committee or board members are not as involved with operations, but I think that the focus areas and present is to ensure that with everything that we do, that we make sure that it's accessible and that we're communicating messaging that in the best way that we can to reach the audiences that are impacted by the work that we do. So I think that their messaging and their discussions are more of that. And the operation is we have budgets, we have limitations, so we try to work with what we have available to be cohesive and make sure that we reach as many people as we can based on the work that we do.
Thank you. And just one more quick question. With the amount of marketing and, advertising, is it done like kind of across the 5 counties holistically, or is it kind of, based on population, how much effort and spend goes to which county?
That's a good question. And I mentioned earlier about the intentionality because it's impossible to, and I don't think it's always a good idea to just market. I really love data. So it has to be very intentional of what we want to do. What are the goals? What are the objectives? What are the outcomes? So we do small campaigns to make sure that we capture what we need to do. And so we don't have $50,000, $100,000, marketing budgets that we're just going to spend it. It has to be very unique to that target and niche audience. It has to be what we want the outcome to be. So they're very small and incremental in what we do.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great. Any more questions? Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is there any plan to expand your presence on Blue Sky?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Is there any plan to expand your presence on Blue Sky?
I still can't.
He was asking, are we going to expand our presence over to Blue Sky, which is another social media outlet? Blue Sky, and I would also say even Instagram is a little, another option as well.
There are several that we are looking at, but it has to make sense for the business that we do.
Oh, no, no problem. I do want to echo what he said about Blue Sky. Blue Sky is has a lot of professionals. It's like Twitter, but it's a newer version of Twitter. But I think it's an important demographic. So it's worth us looking into it. Like you said, it has to make sense,
has to
but
make
make sure that it fits.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? I'm going to throw out a suggestion, and they don't know I'm doing this, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. Maybe for that podcast, maybe having the 4 chairs of our 4 committees on as a guest, so we can sort of do a round robin clutch for you, talk about NOACA, talk about the different committees, and really help to extend that back out to the community. So they didn't know I was about to volunteer them, but yeah, I think that would be a great first session or podcast.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if nothing else, Danielle, thank you so much for your presentation and all your hard work. I believe we have Bev coming up next to give us an update on the government affairs efforts of NOACA.
Good afternoon. I'm Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs. And I'll give a brief update on some of the things we've been working on from our Government Affairs program over the last quarter. As always, looking for your input, thoughts, ideas from your communities. There's no action requested. This is for presentation and discussion, and there's no previous action. We do these updates every quarter. So I'll start on the federal side. As Grace mentioned, we recently did our annual round of Capitol Hill visits. We try to go in once a year to meet with our elected officials, kind of hit them all at once on the Hill. We also meet with them at other times throughout the year, mostly back when they're back here in their districts. But the Capitol Hill visits are just a good chance to kind of make our rounds and try to do it early in the year and talk to our members of Congress about the NOACA region's priorities, both in terms of projects and funding. We also this time had a chance to talk to them about the upcoming reauthorization of the nation's surface transportation law. That is the law that is most important to us here at NOACA. Right now, you're familiar with the IIJA, otherwise known as the BIL, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. But believe it or not, and we've been talking so much about that the last few years, but it will expire in September of 2026, so a little more than a year from now. And so talks are already underway on the Hill. They're already holding hearings to talk about the next surface transportation law that will come after the IIJA. So so we started to talk a little bit about that and what NOACA would like to see in a reauthorization. While we were there, I think as Grace mentioned in her executive director report, it happened to be Great Lakes Week on Capitol Hill, so we attended a breakfast on March 6th, where we also heard from some of the same elected officials that we had just met with, Congressman Dave Joyce, and there's Grace, Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, we had Senator John Husted spoke. Then there was several senators and members of Congress from other states. There you have Senator Amy Klobuchar, and then our own Senator Bernie Moreno. So they all spoke at that event about the importance of the Great Lakes region, the mega region, in terms of economic development and environmental stewardship. So it was a really great event. Also, while we were there, it happened to be the same week that Ohio was celebrating its 222nd birthday, as Grace also mentioned. There was a celebration at the Library of Congress, and there were remarks by several members of Congress from throughout Ohio, including our own Rep. Max Miller and Representative Amelia Sykes, who represents the Akron area, just south of our region. So that was a great event, too, to talk about Ohio and its importance. While I'm talking about federal issues here, I would be remiss if I didn't mention some of these executive orders that have come down from the new administration, President Trump. early, I think it was day one, after the inauguration, issued a number of executive orders. A couple of those have real implications for the work we do here at NOACA. One entitled Unleashing American Energy, which rescinds some previous executive orders addressing climate change and sustainability. Another one, Ending Radical and Wasteful Government DEI Programs and Preferencing, which impacts a lot of the environmental justice, DEI, DEIA initiatives and programs that NOACA and other MPOs around the country carry out. So we are monitoring the status and implementation of these executive orders. There have been numerous lawsuits that have been filed that are working their way through the federal court system. And it's kind of it's back and forth. One day, a district court issues an order to stop implementation, and then the next day there's a appeals court order that allows implementation to go forward pending, future appeals. So it's really, there's a lot of uncertainty right now as to how these will be implemented and what impact they'll actually have on our work here. It may impact some of the discretionary and formula funding programs that we work with every day. We just had a really in-depth conversation earlier this morning with our equity subcommittee on this issue. So, but a lot remains to be seen, and we are working through our national organizations. AMPO and NARC are two national groups that represent other MPOs like ourselves, and we are working with them to try to understand what the full implications are, where things stand on any given day, what we can and can't do. So a lot of uncertainty, and we'll just keep tracking that. In addition to the executive orders, there have been numerous memos issued by the various agencies to implement those executive orders. So the new U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has put out a number of memos and directives. Same as EPA with our new EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. So one in particular I wanted to point out that was issued by US DOT. They put out a memo saying that they will review previous grant awards, awards that are not fully obligated with the grant agreements in place. They are looking at these already awarded grants to make sure they comply with the president's executive orders. They're saying they will review them, they may flag, they may remove projects and components related to environmental justice or equity, climate, greenhouse gas reduction, and bicycle and EV infrastructure. So those are the things that they seem to be focusing on the most. And again, we're watching to see how this plays out. I did want to mention that at our last board meeting, that the NOACA board passed a resolution supporting this issue of encouraging the federal government to relocate the NASA headquarters out of DC to the NASA Glenn facility here in Northeast Ohio. So at the March 14th board meeting, the board, I believe, unanimously adopted a resolution to support that effort. This is something we talked about a little bit when we were in Washington with our delegation. We're competing with a number of other states, including Florida and Texas. But, the administration, one of their goals is to move, some agencies perhaps out of DC, out into other parts of the country. And the NOACA board believes that what better place than to bring it here to Northeast Ohio. So they did support that. Now I want to move on to state updates, which has really been the biggest focus of our work this last quarter. As I'm sure most of you know, the State House has to pass by law biennial budgets. So in odd number years, they have to pass, and the governor has to sign a transportation budget And that has to be done and signed into law by the last day of March. So that's been passed and the governor has to sign it by next Monday. And then there's the general operating budget, and that has to be enacted by the end of June in time for the new fiscal year that starts on July 1st. So these odd number years, these first 6 months are very, very busy if you do anything, if you're involved in government affairs work at the State House. So we have been very busy tracking these two bills and trying to support priorities that are important to our region and to NOACA. So we submitted testimony 3 times on the transportation budget to various committee hearings. We did submit testimony once related to the operating budget. And these are the issues that we have focused on: transportation safety, passenger rail, funding for transit, the ECHEC program, funding for brownfields, overall sort of how we raise transportation revenue in Ohio and the importance of that, and interchange policy. So I'll talk about each of these a little bit more. And I do want to point out that, I know it was included in your packet as we do each time, but, we always seek these councils, we always seek your input on 2 documents that we update every year. One is our legislative agenda, and that gets updated each year, which is sort of the high-level document about what our high-level priorities are. And then we also get your input, and these councils were a big help this past year on updating something called our state and federal initiatives for action, a 2-sided document and this document really is sort of our marching orders. So whatever's in this is what we're gonna work on. So it was really helpful this year that we had this clear guidance. And I have to say that pretty much everything on the state side of this document, all of our state initiatives, we addressed with our testimony and advocacy at the State House in terms of the transportation budget. So this was, this isn't just academic when we develop these documents. This is something we really use and put into action. And so I'm really excited to say that pretty much everything that we included this past year was something that we advocated for, including opposing anything that would have suspended or reduced that 2019 gas tax increase. In fact, our testimony talked about actually supporting initiatives that may come from the governor or ODOT to make sure that our state has adequate transportation funding. So when we talk about that, we're talking about the gas tax. And so we testified that we would support any initiatives related to ensuring adequate funding for Ohio's transportation system. We advocated for increased and predictable funding for transit in Ohio, and for an equitable return of state transportation dollars to our region. We supported efforts to remediate contamination, protect air and water quality, especially with regard to our testimony on brownfields funding. We supported proposals to increase transportation safety and reduce distracted driving. In that regard, we very much supported initiatives that ODOT included in their budget proposal to improve safety, and we're a proud partner on those initiatives. And we encourage comprehensive and equitable maintenance of the National Highway System routes in Ohio. We worked, our testimony also encouraged state support for passenger rail improvements and expansion in Ohio, and we supported established processes and policy, NOACA policy for interstate highway interchanges. So I'll talk a little bit more about some of those issues. And let me just say too, in the final budget, we were successful on several of these things. Safety was prioritized in the budget. The interchange requirement that Grace mentioned earlier, and I can talk a little bit more about that, was overturned, and that was a huge victory. And we can at least say that transit funding in this budget basically remains level from the last biennial budget 2 years ago. Would we love to see more funding? Yes. Every year we advocate for increased transit funding. Given the current climate in Ohio, we often have to accept, we have to be happy that funding was not cut for transit. So, so we consider that a partial victory. And funding in particular for a program called the Ohio Workforce Mobility Program remained in this budget. It was in and it was out, and we advocated along with our transit agencies and GCRTA to get that put back in the budget. So as Grace mentioned, we weren't super excited about the fact that the E-Check program was weakened. It still exists, but it is not as strong as it was previously. And funding and support for passenger rail was taken out of the transportation budget, although it's important to note that those provisions may be restored in the operating budget, which is still under construction. So we're thinking that there's still a chance for the passenger rail provisions that we have supported. Just a brief note on that I-71 interchange issue. As you know, Grace explained, and we've talked a lot about it here at past meetings, but there was a requirement enacted through the 2023 transportation budget, so just 2 years ago, to require interchanges at certain locations based on a formula that only applied to one particular location in the whole state of Ohio, and that was at the border between Medina and Cuyahoga counties. It's not normal procedure. It's not the way that interchanges are normally cited on the interstate highway system. There's a federal process, and it involves MPOs weighing in. And the ultimate decision for any interchange placement rests with the Secretary of Transportation in Washington. So nevertheless, this provision was put into the last budget, transportation budget. We've been working for the last 2 years to get that overturned. And we've been working, the people in Medina County did not want to see that happen. Our position has always been that this isn't the way we do things. So we, you know, the rules should be followed, the regular processes and procedures should be followed. And so doing it by a, you know, legislative fiat in a state budget bill is just not the way it should work. So we've testified at least 8 times, maybe more over the last couple years. And so a provision was added to this transportation budget that was just passed to overturn that interchange requirement. So right now we're waiting on Governor DeWine's signature for that to become law. Again, on transit funding, it remains essentially level. And the budget does continue the previous Ohio Workforce Mobility Program. It did take a slight cut in the transportation budget. Instead of 15 million, it's 12.5 million a year. They're thinking that that also has a chance of getting restored in the operating budget, leveling it up to the full level. So that's where that stands. Passenger rail, we supported provisions that would have had Ohio rejoining something called the Midwest Interstate Regional Passenger Rail. I'm getting it wrong here. Help me out, Grace. Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail. Yeah. It's an interstate organization that all of our fellow states surrounding us belong to. I'm just having a blank here. That coordinates passenger rail, long-distance passenger rail planning on a regional basis here in the Midwest. And NOACA used to be part of it. We left the organization during the CAC administration when Ohio had received funding for passenger rail and returned it to the federal government because the state decided they didn't want to move forward on expanding passenger rail options here in Ohio. So they left the organization. We supported a provision that would have re-added Ohio to the group. There's a small annual fee to belong. That was removed. And also, we had supported funding to advance the 2 Ohio routes that were chosen for studies through a federal program, the Corridor ID program. One route in Ohio that's being looked at is the so-called 3C and D, Cleveland to Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. And then the other one is Cleveland to Toledo to Detroit. And so those are 2 routes that the feds chose for further study. And the state of Ohio received some funding to start those initial studies. That was step 1. Next will be step 2, which will require some state match, some local match. And we supported funding for that. That was not included. We also supported funding to have a dedicated passenger rail staff, 1 or 2 people, working at the Ohio Rail Development Commission. Right now, that organization basically focuses on freight. And we want to make sure that passenger rail is also given adequate attention at the state level. So these were not included, but we are also hoping that these provisions and this funding will be included in the operating budget. So we're continuing our work on that. So, and speaking of passenger rail, an advocacy group, a statewide group called All Aboard Ohio, had a day of advocacy down at the State House on March 5th to support improved passenger rail opportunities for Northeast Ohio. And Andrew Bean, who's sitting back here, he's our government affairs liaison. He attended on behalf of NOACA, and they made the rounds and talked to state legislators about the importance of improving passenger rail access for people here in Northeast Ohio and throughout the state. Also, we held our annual legislative meet and greet, which we have once a year. It's always prior to our March board meeting. So that was just a couple weeks ago here. And we did have very low turnout this year. Usually we get, I don't know, maybe 10 legislators from our region. This year we only had 2. And the reason for that is because they had to attend hearings in Columbus that morning. Normally, Fridays aren't big days down at the State House for conducting business or holding hearings, but because these budgets were on the table, many of our legislators that would have attended ended up telling us they had to be at hearings in Columbus. So we are looking to maybe think about moving this event in future years, especially when it's an odd-numbered year, when it's a budget year. So that's something that we'll take into consideration. But we were very pleased that we had a couple representatives attend, Juanita Brent and Tristan Rader, and they had a chance to talk to the board about their priorities and what they're working on. I do want to mention, as much as we are happy with a lot of ODOT's and the governor's focus on safety, transportation safety, and a number of provisions in the transportation budget relate to safety. We still think there's a little more that could be done. And one of those things that we're looking at is trying to give local communities, meaning mayors and city councils, more of a role in setting speed limits, a little more discretion over setting speed limits on state routes that go through their municipal borders. So NOAC has been working with an organization called sort of a grassroots group, Ohioans for Safe Streets. And let's see, Angie Schmidt is here. She is she's heading up that organization. And they are really working to see if there's either a legislative or regulatory fix that would maybe give mayors a little more say in terms of setting speed limits that are more context specific. So in places where, you've got more residential and schools and bike lanes, that maybe the mayors should have an easier time if they see the need to reduce the speed limit on a state route in their community. Right now, there's a process. It can be lengthy and expensive. Cities have to conduct studies to make the case that a speed limit should be reduced from 35 down to, say, 30 or 25. So we have been working kind of on the sidelines with this group, Ohioans for Safe Streets, for the last year or so. And discussions are continuing with the governor's office, the legislature, ODOT, and local elected officials and other interested parties. So if any of your communities or groups are interested in getting involved in that, you know, Angie's the person to see. They're always looking for more support for that initiative, so. Also wanted to mention that at the last board meeting, the NOACA board also passed a resolution supporting issue 2, which will be on the May ballot this year. It renews something called the State Capital Improvement Program, which is administered by the Ohio Public Works Commission. Basically, it allows the state to issue bonds to fund infrastructure projects across all the counties in Ohio. So it helps communities fund roads, bridges, wastewater treatment, water supply, solid waste disposal. And it uses existing state revenue as the debt support, does not raise taxes. So our board did take action to support that. So I just wanted to mention that. So that is my presentation.
All right.
Happy to take any questions or.
Thank you. That was, I was whispering to Grace, I said, that was a long presentation, but it's an important presentation. I mean, that to me was a great snapshot, and it really shows all the things you guys are working on. Issue 2, I actually chaired DOPWIC a long time ago. And it, you know, one of those things that we don't think about, but it actually does equate to roads, bridges, and, you know, especially in a lot of suburban communities, they don't have the wherewithal to replace a lot of their water towers. So it is important funding. So I just want to make sure everybody knows how important it is. And so I'm hoping we all support issue 2, because without it, we'll notice it. We'll notice it. Any questions for Bev?
Yeah, I
Madam
have
Chair?
a question. I was concerned, what is the percentage of monies that would be removed from NOACA for their grants and initiatives through executive order?
So, I mean, I can answer that. Essentially, all of our funding, the majority of our funding is federal funding. The only part that's not federal funding is the match from ODOT and the match from our board dues. Everything else we get is federal funding. So that's our general operations and capital. That being said, we have some discretionary grants, and we just received news yesterday that our $15 million grant for EV charging, we were really concerned that we might lose it. We did not lose it. So they've said we can continue working on that program, that project. So far, we have not lost anything.
Madam Chair?
I had the same question.
Great question. One of the things I suggest to Grace is that oh, I'm sorry. Is that David Ebersol?
It is.
Hi, Dave.
How are you? Correct me if I'm wrong, but while on the federal side, while the administration has stated pretty clearly what they're not interested in funding, I don't know that I've really heard anything pertaining to what they actually are planning on funding or thinking about funding as we look towards the remainder of the IIJA funds and any future infrastructure funding. At least that's kind of my overview. Is that correct?
What we have heard coming out of USDOT is that the focus will be on economic development projects.
And I would just add briefly, really quick, I can tell you in other areas, probably not necessarily transportation related, they are starting to put money back. There were still some COVID dollars that it seemed like it was a waste, but it's not, because COVID is still with us in these different forms of flu, but they just pulled back. I want to say it was something like $11 billion in COVID dollars that went to health departments across the United States. And so, to your point, David, keeping an eye on that, it's starting to trickle down.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. They are halting funds. I know my colleague in Miami just had their Safe Streets for All grant rescinded.
Yeah, if I could just add, I'm in the private sector and it's very disruptive. For our industry, we have to have a pipeline of projects and even just these delays. Marvin and I, who's also on one of these committees, were named on a project that was supposed to bring some electric vehicle micromobility to Cleveland's east side. That's just, the status of it is just unknown to us right now. So that it is really, for businesses, I don't know, when you're going back and forth with some of these lawmakers, it really is, even right now, becoming kind of a problem.
That's a good point.
I just wanted to say that when we went to Washington, we made a particular point to ask our delegation to ensure that we do not lose funding and for our region, whether it's our funding or whether it's other organizations' funding. So we have been really working hard to advocate for that.
Okay, I know I had a couple hands back here and then up here.
Yeah, I had, I think 2 questions. The longer one is, when it comes to like all of the language that's changing, right? We're not wanting to use disadvantaged communities or equity or climate change, that I was just curious, like what NOACA's stance is on that, because I know you get the majority of your funding from the federal government. So there's that balance. And I would think this is the same question all MPOs are facing. And you talked about meeting with the equity committee recently. So I was just curious what might have come out of that conversation.
I can actually answer that because I sat in the back and listened to the equity committee because I was curious about that very point. I think that one thing we have to understand is, I don't know how to say this, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. And unfortunately, NOACA and the other MPOs are they're in that position where if they say the wrong thing, that could impact us. But I will tell you, the equity committee had a great discussion about this in detail in terms of objectively, we want to make sure that there's equitable justice in all of our projects. And how do you go about doing that? You may not be able to say the words, doesn't mean it can't come out in the actions and in the policy and in the doing. This whole thing is a very interesting discussion probably for another day, but I do know that the equity committee, they're breaking themselves down. I think they're doing an equity committee workshop, or they talked about doing a workshop to even really highlight, go deeper, and then come out with recommendations for NOACA as it pertains to moving forward on that.
Okay, awesome. And then my next question related to that. So I know there was the priority climate action plan that was submitted to the EPA. And then there's this comprehensive climate action plan, which you may or may not have funding for anymore. I'm not sure, but I just wasn't sure what the status of that was.
Yeah,
Continued
so
work.
we still do have the funding for the climate action plan. That is due at the end of this year. Our EPA representative has told us we do have an agreement with EPA and to continue working on it. And we have been reimbursed for our work on it. Initially, there was some question where the funding had been turned off, then had been turned on, turned off again. It is on, and we've been receiving our funds.
Okay, great.
Right, great.
Last question, real quick, is just for folks in the room like us, to Angie's point earlier. So I was the lead grant writer for City of Cleveland's CFI round 2. So that was bringing electric vehicle charging infrastructure and micro mobility stations to the City of Cleveland. They didn't end up, getting a signed agreement in place in time before all the federal administration changes. So I'm just curious what we can do, as council members, as committee members, how can we help NOACA continue to advocate? Is there anything that we're able to do?
I'll take a stab at it. The one thing I would say is attending these meetings and making sure other people come, because this is so important to help NOACA out. To your point, I think somebody raised it earlier about making sure that other people understand what NOACA is doing. I will tell you the area that I think is probably being hit the hardest, the quickest, is in the rural communities. And if you pay attention to what's been happening with some of the farmers and when they got the USAID funds cut, that's hitting a lot of people who are our neighbors in this state of Ohio. And so I think we just have to, like you said, be vocal. This is one of those things where, you know, for those of us like me who actually did read Project 2025, you know, it wasn't political. It was an important document to read because it was foreshadowing what's to come. And so if you haven't read it, especially in the transportation part, you probably want to pay attention to it because that's where a lot of these executive orders are coming from. And so really staying on top of that, staying briefed on the factual information, and then helping articulate the information that we're getting that's coming out of NOAC, I think would be important. All right, Max, I think you had a question next, and then I'll come
Yeah,
over to
just
you.
two really quick. I just wanted to know if there was a total dollar amount that has been awarded to NOACA, grant dollars or federal funding that hasn't been fully obligated that you mentioned. Like, do you have an idea of what projects and what funding is out there that's not fully
Well,
obligated that's in?
The most serious one that we had a question on was the CFI grant. We did have an agreement in place, so we did have some funds obligated. Most of the funds were not obligated, but they had told us as long as we had some in the first phase obligated to go ahead and start pursuing the second part.
Andrew, then I'll come over to you.
Hi, thank you again for your presentation. Just really quick question. When you kind of went to Capitol Hill regarding the NASA relocation, I guess what were some of the competitive advantages that you highlighted that Ohio would have as opposed to Texas or Florida or the other states?
Well, you know, one of the legislators that we visited was Max Miller, and he, of course, is the lead on this issue of trying to get the headquarters here. So he kind of did the talking for us, but clearly the advantages that we have, we're the home of aviation or the birth of aviation. We have NASA Glenn Research Center. We have Plumbrook facility. We have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So there's a lot of advantages. And then I think one specific advantage that was kind of out there as significant is we don't have weather that is disruptive. We have a climate and I mean, we don't have earthquakes and hurricanes and things like that. So that's very different than Texas, who does.
All right, and I think we have one more question because we still have one more presentation.
This is quick. When you mentioned we probably will, I would say we should to have a different date for our state legislator, because this year they changed all the rules. I myself, as a community member, yes, I cannot go to the transportation budget hearing, all those things directly, but I have been even going down for all other part of hearing with the House, then the Senate even earlier. This year, for example, for Food Bank Lobby Day, they even made it as early as February. So I definitely strongly support NOACA 2027. You make the state legislature lobby day earlier. So there will be more state legislators can actually come to attend to help us out instead of going to all those hearings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Oh,
Thank
and
you.
to the chair, if I could just mention one quick thing. I know that members of Congress right now are reaching out. I got an email yesterday from Congresswoman Chantel Brown's office. They are looking for examples of programs or projects that you're concerned about that may be cut. There's going to be a hearing next week, and I think, I know on the Senate side and maybe on the House side as well, with U.S. DOT Secretary Sean Duffy. So she reached out looking for projects that we're concerned about. So I would say if you have projects that you're concerned about whether the funding is going to come through or not, reach out to your member of Congress now and your senators. Tell them why it's important to the region and to the economy and jobs and all that. And I think that's one good place to start. Also, feel free to let me know if there's something that you want us to highlight. We're working through AMPO, which is the National Association for MPOs. And they are looking right now for examples of programs and projects that we're concerned about getting cut. So if you have something that you want NOACA to highlight, be sure to let me know about it. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that was very important. And, you know, I really hate to say it this way, but we should probably consider all of them are on the chopping block. And so if you have projects in your areas, in your districts, or as business leaders, we have somebody here who got a big grant. Michael Jeans, most of you guys know that. And all of a sudden I saw an article, it got cut. And that was one of the largest given. And it's for solar panels for residential communities. And to see that program get cut, and to me personally, I mean, that may be one we even want to talk about because it impacts what we're doing, right, in our area. So, I mean, this is one of those ones where we have to pay attention, unfortunately. So, Bev, as always, great job. I think it was Lou who mentioned about, you know, changing the date, and I whispered to Grace, we just may want to have another one of those legislative sessions and maybe do a joint one with our federal delegation, and do it at a time that we think it can be convenient for them. But I think it would be powerful for NOACA to lead that request.
Thank you. Great
You're
idea.
welcome. Okay, we have one more presentation equally as important as the first two, the Regional Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan. Jim Thompson, I actually been waiting to hear this one, so it's all yours.
Thank you to the chair, and to the chairs, and to the members here of the advisory councils. Good afternoon. I'm Jim Thompson, Capital Programs Manager here in our programming division at NOACA, and I'm here to speak about our most recently completed Regional Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan. No action is being requested at this time. This is for presentation only. And as indicated, the NOACA Board of Directors did adopt the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan for Northeast Ohio with Resolution 2024-59 in December of 2024. Okay, so just as a quick primer of this process, the purpose of NOACA's coordinated plan is to plan for regional transportation that focuses on the unique mobility needs of seniors and transportation and individuals with disabilities. This is also a requirement. So NOACA manages the regional Section 5310 program through the Cleveland urban area. And so we must have a regional coordinated plan that accompanies that federal transportation program, which provides funding to service providers for those unique populations. And we do update our coordinated plan once every 4 to 5 years. So for this update, we did engage with a consultant, RLS and Associates out of Dayton, which led the process. And then they actually had a subconsultant, Texas Transportation Institute out of Texas A&M. And so it was especially helpful to have RLS on board for our extensive public engagement process, which is vital to sufficient coordinated planning for a region as large as ours. Our final plan was adopted by the NOACA Board of Directors in December of 2024. And so the plan document itself, the appendices, and an executive summary are all available on NOACA's website. So the updated regional plan includes a handful of information for individuals to review. So with this plan, we do have regional demographics, which were updated per the 2020 census. And it does have new population projections from the Ohio Department of Development as well. It also includes existing conditions of the transportation landscape in our region. And so we focused on a needs assessment as well as public engagement efforts and feedback received by both RLS as well as NOACA. And then through this process, we did have 5 major goals and suggested strategies to meet those goals. So this slide provides an example of one of the tables that was included in the demographic section and why it's important. We know that we have a large number of people in the age 65 plus cohort here in our region, and that amount is actually projected to continue to climb through 2030 by 50,000 people. So in fact, this is the only age cohort that is going to grow between 2020 and 2030 in our region. So we can see how this information might provide us some information in terms of the unique transportation needs and challenges that we will see in the next couple of years. Through this process, we also ensured that we were doing a good analysis and inventory of our transportation providers in our region. And so with that, we did seek to understand how many transportation providers there were that supported either seniors and or individuals with disabilities. So with this, the slide indicates there's over 75 providers. I believe there's slightly over 80 actually that were inventoried in our 5-county region. This does include all 5 of our public transit agencies, one for each of our 5 counties. And this list is not exhaustive. So it is hard to go through and find all these providers. A lot of them are nonprofits, some are for-profits, some of them are actually communities with senior centers and that sort of thing. So they're kind of diverse in their scope and their intent. And so over time, what we plan to do is to add and edit our list. And we can also include all these unique providers and abilities for people to seek transportation in our GoHio mobility platform. So as you can see here, though, from the map, there are at least 44 providers strictly in Cuyahoga County, 5 each in Lorain and Medina counties, 7 in Lake County, 6 in Geauga County, and then 14 of which we know do serve more than 1 county in our region. So this slide provides a quick look at our public engagement process that was led by RLS, but it was also accompanied by NOACA staff who were deeply involved in the process. And so I do want to highlight that we found it was very successful and illuminating that we had a lot of focus groups as well as 1 tabling event. So the coordinated plan technical advisory committee wanted to ensure that we include special focus on the challenges of providing specialized transportation in rural areas. So we also hosted special focus groups in both Geauga and Medina counties. We also met with healthcare professionals who work directly with clients in need of transportation options to discuss access to healthcare in our region. Lastly, we attended the Northeast Ohio Aging and Disability Summit, and we were able to talk with so many self-advocates and professionals who were extremely knowledgeable about the mobility needs of these special communities. So through this process, we did identify the following needs, which were trends that we saw throughout our public engagement process and stakeholder processes. So really, there is a huge focus on communication and training, transportation service options, funding and system structure, and safety and quality of life. And there's a lot of backup information there that supports all of these needs. So finally, the final plan itself includes these 5 overarching goals. And in the full plan, we have detailed breakdowns of suggested strategies to help implement these goals, including budgets and potential partnerships. Now, I should also indicate that through this planning process, these are all suggestions, not directives to all of our partners, but it does give us a nice roadmap moving forward. So next, NOACA staff intend to engage with the region's transit agencies and specialized transportation partners to advance the goals of our coordinated plan. And the coordinated plan will be a resource in evaluating the future of our regional Section 5310 project funding. And I should also note that even though we just wrapped this up last year, we're going to start again probably in about 3 years. Are there any questions?
That was so quick, thorough, and efficient. Thank you. Great job. Any questions from the committee?
Dr. Galucci, Chair McCall.
Yes, Chair Addison.
A question around for the slide where you had all the different community meetings and the ways that you were engaging input on that plan. Like what organizations have you thought about in terms of like community-based organizations that are participating to help get the word out? And then my second question, and this is a more general question, this coordinated plan really focuses on those that are seniors and those with disabilities. Is there a rationale for why it's those 2 populations and not other populations that we know have barriers to transportation?
So first of all, I didn't hear everything very clearly that you said, but if you could just quickly repeat the 2 questions. Oh, thank you, Grace.
So I will answer them. So last question first. The reason we focus on those 2 populations is that program is a federal program that focuses on those 2 populations. And your first question was?
In terms of engagement techniques, there was a slide that showed all the ways in which you were getting input on this coordinated plan. And so I'm curious about the kinds of organizations. There was one slide that said there's 44 organizations in Cuyahoga County. So like, how are those organizations being engaged to help get the word out about providing input? So that's my question.
So of course, the plan is already complete. So this is a snapshot of what was done. And I'll let Jim answer the detail of that question.
Yes, so through the process, we did engage, obviously, a lot of stakeholders, and it was actually great to have that engagement from advocates and transportation providers. So we do have the plan out there now. It is available. We currently do not have a mobility management position at NOACA, but we do through our Section 5310 program. There's an opportunity for various entities around the region to apply to us for funding, potentially to staff position or positions like that supporting throughout the region. I do know there's a lot of energy and excitement, though, from various parties who are involved in the process. And so providing more information about the plan itself and trying to provide opportunities potentially for some of that engagement and discussion to happen moving forward is good. And I think that's one of the reasons why we presented here to this group today, because you all are very important. We also did provide an update to our Transit Council very recently and our Transportation Subcommittee about this too. So those NOACA subcommittees and advisory councils are also abreast of this information.
Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question about the population slide. So that was related to, you said that there was the declining, to 2030. Is this regional? Is these including just the 5 counties that NOACA covers? Or when you say regional, does that refer more broadly to Northeast Ohio?
That's a good question. So in terms of this plan, this is aggregated per the 5 counties that NOACA directly supports. So all of this information is for those 5 counties overall. We do have breakdowns in the plan itself of those demographics for each of the 5 NOACA counties. But that being said, there are other areas in Northeast Ohio they're required to do a coordinated plan as well. So I know, I believe Amet's and Akron Metro and PARTA are probably involved in the planning for the Akron metropolitan area. And I know in the Youngstown area, there's Eastgate. And so they would be involved in that process. So as far as I understand, there is a coordinated plan that represents every county in the state of Ohio. And I know that the ODOT Office of Transit is engaged with various parties to ensure that those are in compliance with federal requirements.
Great, thank you.
All good questions. Okay, any other questions?
A quick one.
Lou, of course.
Yeah. Based on this chart, it seems like the system predicts to the decades of 2050, our senior population actually will be less. Now, how about if later it doesn't go as planned like here, then what should we do?
That's a very good question. And so one thing that we do is we do update this plan once every 4 years at NOACA. So this is, population demographics are a moving target. And so we really have the best idea of what's going to happen in the near future. And then we want to make sure that we're thinking about the far out future and extrapolate. But this is an update that's happens periodically. And so we will look at those numbers as they change and adjust accordingly.
Thank you.
That was a good question. I was over here looking at the under 15 number, and I'm trying to figure out, so we're predicting, I'm assuming that people will have less children during that time frame. So
Ohio is still losing population, so sorry.
No, I know. But under 15 is how do you predict who's going to have? Anyway, but this is actually very, very interesting report. And I do encourage everybody to look at it for the entire state, because it'll show you what other regions are doing as compared to our region. We talk about this all the time about how it's, the shrinkage of our region or the growth of our region. And so it's always interesting to just compare that to the other regions of the state.
So keep in mind, these are not NOACA's numbers. These are numbers that come from the state, the Ohio Department of Development. And so they give us the population numbers for us. And then I think it is a good idea to look at it in context of the rest of the state. And we don't necessarily agree with them. We do think that our future is brighter than they think.
And then we all know too, a lot of this population, they do the projections, but the census is important. And again, it's a good reminder for us to help keep getting that message out. So if there are no other questions, Jim, thank you very, very much. Again, it was a lot of information, but I have to tell you, it's very important information. And I want to say one thing. I'm sure everybody doesn't do like I do, but at least once a month, I go to NOACA's website and just check out what's going on, what's new, what's been updated. And it's actually a wealth of information. And I do want to give a special shout out back to Danielle back there. And Mary, you will recall this when we first started talking about redoing the website and our branding and making sure people knew who NOACA was and what we did, beyond just the people who come here once a month. I have to tell you, you've really done a really great job of moving a organization forward, but then also helping to tell their story. Because I think I get an email. I don't know what you guys must have done something to the algorithm because your emails come to the top all the time, but I'm always getting something from NOACA.
Yeah, thank you very much for the recognition, and I want to reiterate that recognition for Danielle. The Public Affairs Division has been outstanding in helping us to better engage the people of the region in so many different ways. So really trying to meet people where they are.
So, yeah, let's give another round of applause. Okay, so with that, again, all that good information, if there's nothing else, I'm going to move on to reports or updates. Are there any other reports or updates? All right. If not, I'll move to old business. Is there any old business? If not, I'm going to move to new business, and there is one piece of new business that if I don't do this, I'm going to get in trouble. So Emily Passetti, who was here on our earlier committee this morning, the Economic Development Committee, who works for the Federal Reserve Bank, wanted me to let everyone know that the Small Business Credit Survey results are out. Now, most of you may or may not know that the Federal Reserve Bank does a survey of small businesses every year. I did not until I met with Emily maybe sometime earlier, mid last year, and she explained to me that they do this survey every year towards the end of the year. And in the past, Cleveland businesses have not been participating. And so she wanted me to share with you all that Cleveland businesses have been participating this time, and that small businesses, and Cleveland meaning the region, and that there is a small business report that's just got released today on the federalsmallbusiness.org. So if you go to if you go to fedsmallbusiness.org, you'll see the report that's coming out from last year's data. And then just a reminder that the new report is coming out for this year's data. Okay, of course, you wanted me to announce that to the Small Business Committee, but I think that's prevalent for all committees because we have small businesses in all of our regions. So I just wanted to share that as new business. Is there any other new business? Nope. If there's no additional new business, may I have a motion to adjourn? All right. Thank you, Tony.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Oh, wait. Hold on. Tony, she said we have to have, yeah. No. We have not voted on this.
Because we have two from Lorraine County.
Okay, so Lisa made the motion.
Lou does the second.
I think Mary did it. Who did the second? Oh, okay, Lou did the second. I'm sorry, Lou. I'm so sorry. Okay,
Or should I do the third instead?
Now we'll stop there. So there was a first, there's a second. All in favor? Aye. For the record, I just want you to know we adjourned earliest. It's 1:06 p.m. Thank you.
Terrific meeting. Thank you all so much.
Don't worry. Some people even probably want to count me as a half person. Yeah, since I'm so short. That's why I'm asking, maybe I should do the third.
There you go.